Hey everyone, how are y'all? Summer, how are you? Hey Jan, how are you? Evie, how are you tonight? Big Al, how are you? Hey Jeff, how are you? Hey Laughing Stock, how are you? Hey Avery, how are you tonight? BB, how are you? Hey Sandra, how are you? Hey Just on. Hey Sasha, how are you? See, I'm so glad you're here. I was just bullied in another channel for asking if it was one-sided channel because I know I was new and I'm open-minded, but apparently I'm stupid. Sasha, I'm sorry that that happened to you, honey. Here, you don't have to worry about that. We don't bash and bully people just because they have different opinions from everyone else in the chat. Everybody's opinion here is welcome. Tad, how are you? Well, Sasha, thank you for coming and joining us tonight. Laughing stock, that's all it is. It's just immaturity. People have nothing better to do. And Nightbot finally wakes up and comes to work. All right, email's pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs to get in touch with me. Hey, Nina. I will also send out a reminder that anybody who is a member who would like to join the members Facebook group, you can send me an email. Make sure to put your YouTube name in the email or subject line or whatever, so I know who it is, and then that way I can send you the link. Hey Ray, how are you? Glowbug, how are you? Hey Oops, how are you? So you didn't go live last night and I had a full blown tantrum on the floor, hands and legs swelling. I had to put my big girl panties on to go to bed. Avery, I was like exhausted last night. I had to take a night off and still didn't go to bed till like 3 o'clock. Hey Jen. Eliza, how are you? And our power went out again yesterday and it was out for like 7 hours. No way, how are you? Hey Tonka. Oh Avery, I'm sorry. I missed all of y'all though. I lost the router this morning to lightning. Oh wow! I did see that there's been like a lot of bad weather going through up there, and was it in? I think Indiana. I seen where they had a few tornadoes. Definitely got anxiety today because of my upcoming surgery Friday. Bug, I'm so sorry, but I'm sure everything's gonna be okay. The other crazies were on this weekend, and my brain hurts from listening. Jen, I'm sorry. If I wouldn't have been so tired yesterday, I would have went live last night. But thank you, Jamie. Yeah, it was like 6 or 7 hours we were without power. Hey, Tech Death, and actually, like the whole area had went out, and supposedly they were saying to begin with that it was going to be like 2 days before he got it back on because there was a rumor going around here that the transformer that they had replaced when the power was out the other time uh, had blew up or something. I don't think that was true because if it was, we still wouldn't have power. Thank you, Jen. Awesome. In Michigan, I live in a dumb. See, we had a tornado warning tonight. It was pretty scary. Well, Evie, you be safe. And anybody else that's in the path of these storms, I do see with some that's supposed to be going like the northeast corner of Louisiana and the Mississippi and Alabama. So y'all be safe as well if y'all are in those areas. 6 years ago, in the same surgery, so I'm really nervous to have my throat operating on again. Well, look, I am very sorry. I don't know what type of surgery that they're going to be doing on your throat. I did in 2017. I had surgery on mine, which mine was just taking out some glands or whatever. But it can be very scary. But just know we're going to be praying for you. And I fully believe that everything is going to turn out perfectly fine. Laughing stock starting today for the next, well, until next Tuesday, which is the 4th, I believe it is. We are supposed to be over 100 degrees every single day. So everybody, please keep Glowbug in your prayers. If y'all have not done so, please hit the thumbs up. Make sure that your chat is on live chat. Hey Larry, how are you? So I have a stent in my esophagus, so they have to go in and make sure it's not blocked. Oh my gosh. Well, like I said, Glowbug, I have complete faith that everything is going to turn out okay. You will come through the surgery fine. You will heal perfectly fine. Doc Terry, how are you? Glowbug, you're very welcome. All right. Hey Vapor, how are you? So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the panel here in just a minute after I say all of my hellos to everyone. Um, Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey JC, how are you? There's just like I went through today, and I went through the document the other night when I read it to y'all. The new ones, the two major ones that they had put out, and I just read through it. I really didn't stop and think about some of the things that was in there and some of the things that was said. But I did go back and read it over again last night, which is one reason, and today. But that's one reason um, that I didn't go to sleep till 3 o'clock this morning. And I've watched a couple of different uh, YouTube channels of attorneys who are talking about this. And all over Twitter. And I just kind of like wrote down some facts on stuff that I would just like I said, I'd like to open a panel. I'd like people to come up. Um, whether it's the usual people who come up and join me. Hey, Betty Joe, how are you? Sunset Gazing, how are you? Whether it's the usual people who come up, whether it's new people who want to come up, y'all are all more than welcome to because I would like to really hear all of your thoughts and opinions on this and what y'all think. Because I'm honestly wondering if the state's case is falling apart. Seriously. Hey, Dreamcatcher, how are you? See, I'm not till 3 o'clock every time I watch your lives. Ray Jones, don't feel bad. I usually stay live till like 3 o'clock my time, and then I'm still awake by 5. And has anybody seen Lady V since the other night when she was on here? Because whenever I went live night before last, I didn't see her at all. Has anybody seen her in other chats? Dreamcatcher, I'm doing good, thank you. Let's see, what do you think will be the prosecution's next move? Jeff, honestly, I don't know because they have all those. They got court Tuesday, so it's going to be. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some arguing going on in the courtroom. Let's see. The state's case is what it's been the whole time. It's games that are making things seem like it's weaker than expected. I don't know. Just after that document came out the other day, and I even read over can when court documents are put out, can the attorneys, whether it's from the state or the defense, can they put things in there that is not true, which they cannot, um, because it would cause them to lose credibility within the court. Hey, Mike, how are you? Sweet Melissa, how are you? Lady B said they were traveling. Okay, yeah, I know that they were out of town the other night, Sweet Melissa, when she was up on panel, but I didn't know if they had made it home okay. Let's see. Okay, thank you, Avery. So maybe she'll come up here. I just wanted to make sure that they had made it home okay. Because, like I said, I know the other night when she was up here, um, they were out of town, and then she wasn't here. Well, I haven't talked to her since then. Defense tactic in her end to put out that on Friday before the courts close was sneaky, supposedly violated that. Technically, though, okay, so hey, Brenna Gator, with regards to the gag order, she technically didn't break it because everything that was done was in front of the courts. It wasn't done outside of the court. So everything that was in that document was before the court and all this and that. She wasn't out talking to. Um, she wasn't outside of the court talking to people about the case that she shouldn't have been talking to. And I just don't think that they're going to, that she's going to put something that's in a court document that is a lie. And then where the state can come back. Hey, Sally Mae, how are you? Let's just use for an example, the three, in Ann Taylor's document that she put out the other night. She put about the 3 unidentified male DNA sources. And she's saying that as far as they know, or as far as the defense knows, and I'm not saying this verbatim as what it says in the document, that those 3 unidentified males' DNA sources, as far as they know, have not been tested the way they have Bryan's. They just know that they were put through CODIS and they didn't get a hit or whatever. So if she was to put that in court documents and it turned out to be a lie, then the state can come back and prove her out to be a liar. And then that it would cause her, one, to lose credibility in the court. 2, I don't think that the public defender's office would be too happy about that. I don't think they would allow their attorneys to put anything out that is a lie. And I honestly do not think that Ann Taylor is going to risk either her, Jay Logs, and any of them is going to risk their career on a client that they are representing. Happening. See the motion to dismiss and introduce his alibi. I'm still curious about the alibi though, Mike. Let's see. This is why I said they are getting around the gag order by putting out info through documents that allow her to do so. Yeah, I mean that anything as long as it's in a court document and it is done before the court or in front of the court or however people want to word it or whatever, then she's not breaking the gag order. And the gag order was amended the other day. There is it was amended Mr. Uh, for Shannon Gray. So that document's like 29 pages long or 26 pages or something like that. Hey, Block, how are you? So what I'm going to do tonight, I'm just going to read the first page where it's talking about, hey, Scott, how are you? Where it's talking about um, the Gonzalez family. And then I'm just going to jump to the end page because they have their conclusion or whatever and what the order or what the judge has ruled on. And basically, he's denying Shannon Gray's request, but I'm gonna go over all that. The rest of it in between is pretty much where they're putting in like example cases and all this and that. And I'm not gonna read through all that. There's really no point in it because I mean, if somebody would like to look up those example cases, I would be more than happy to drop the link to the document into the chat if y'all want to look it up. Hey, Roger, how are you? Elliot, how are you tonight? Let's see. Wait, hold on. Let me see what Elliot says. Well, how are you guys doing? Say hi to my partner Daniel and our dog Vladimir Poopin. Daniel and Vladimir, how are y'all? Okay, I need to catch up in chat real quick. Mary, how are you? Okay. Let's see, we're gonna find out the 27th whether or not and Taylor gets what she wants. And I'm thinking because the judge, hey Stacy, how are you? Because the judge is allowing the cameras as of right now in the courtroom, court TV is going to be the one that is manning the camera, I guess you could say. So thank you, Laughing Stock. Um, so I'm pretty sure court TV will do. They will get the footage of it, and then it will be like it was before. They will then do whatever they're going to do with it. I don't know if they're going to have to like edit out certain things if there's breaks or whatever. I don't know if the court is going to be in session that long for breaks, but they will then put it out to the other stations and then we will get to see it. I might Tuesday. Hey Patty, how are you? If it comes out early enough, Misbehaving, how are you? I might go early, go early, y'all. Go live a little bit earlier with it. We'll just have to see what time it finally comes out. Okay, so it shows that we have 136 people in here with only 49 likes. So can we get the likes up a little bit, please? I would like to try to get the likes up to the number or as closest to the number of people that we have watching. It's a free way to help the channel. It helps it get out into the algorithm for other people to see it, which then brings new people to our chat, which is awesome. Laughing Stock, you are very welcome. So the prosecution is playing the same game you're accusing the defense of. Wait, who, Tonka? Thank you, Summer. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Brenna Gator. Oh my God, we are not starting with the drug shit. Seriously. If you've been in my chat long enough, you know that that is not my theory. Billy, how are you? Hey, Kenny, how are you? So, who's selecting the documents that are being leaked? They're actually not being leaked, Kenny. They are just documents that's going through the court system, and then they're being uploaded to the website, the same website that I have been reading all these other documents off of since this case started. Thank you, Sally Babe. Summer, I am too. Like I said, if you've been in my chat long enough, or not even in my chat, just listening, you know that that is, people know that's not my theory. I don't believe it, so I don't know why they're coming in here. Let's see. Only Kohberger DNA on the sheet, right? Nowhere else. Boring banana, that is true. His DNA was only on the sheet. Hey Astro, how are you? Sally Mae, you got your stools lined up. Astro, nothing really. I haven't. I'm still saying hi to people who are coming in and just talking and answering some stuff in the chat. So you really hadn't missed anything. So we don't know the sheep is the only place where his DNA was, do we? Um, I'm trying to think of what I remember being said in one of the documents, because if you read the documents a certain way, and it's the same thing with the car and the victim's DNA not being in the car and the apartment and all that. And I don't know if I wrote that down, but as of right now, no, it was only on the sheet. Tammy C, how are you? Okay, can you explain to Misbehaving why I call Aunt Taylor a little liar so I don't have to write it out loud? Yes, Misbehaving. He calls her a little liar because of the lies that was told in the very beginning about her representing Xana's mom, Kara. So it stems from way back then. Hey, Farah, how are you? Let's see who else is in here. Hey, Hippie, how are you? And welcome to chat. Thank you for joining us. What is the number of the octillion they found? It was, hold on, Betty Joe, 5 point, was it 5.37? Is that what it was? Real Raw, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Let's see, what do we call Ellie Vindic Mars? Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? Hey, Patrick, how are you tonight? DNA from an unknown source located within the proximity of the victims. Which, what is called? Okay, so actually, Tonka, there's 3 unidentified male DNA sources. 2 of them was found in the house where the victims were located at. The third one was outside on that glove, which I believe that glove is the one that Chris McDonough had found. Avery, thank you so much for that super sticker. That is very nice of you. Thank you. Patrick, I am doing good. Thank you. Valentina, how are you? Okay, so they want us to believe coincidentally the timeline changed when you notice that the three runners on the body cam and now the three other male DNA, all of the crime scene, poor man is framed as F. Okay, I'm trying to catch back up in chat. Everybody, give me just 1 second. And I can even pull these documents back up if y'all need me to. Real Raw, welcome to chat. Let's see, why would an innocent man put trash in multiple neighbors' cans? Right, the only thing that I can say about that is if his family's trash cans, and I don't know how much trash his family produces or whatever, but if his family's trash cans were full and he wouldn't put them in the neighbors, that's the only thing I can think of other than if he's trying to hide something. Bushcraft family, how are you? Have they identified the other male DNA found? As of right now, Boring Banana, no. Because Ann Taylor in her documents put that as of right now, they do not believe that the other three unidentified male DNA sources have been identified. And also, if y'all remember in the document where it said that one of the male, there was also, okay, so there was like several people that had given their DNA, and that some of them, if not all of them, had their phones taken and the stuff downloaded. And it says in there that one of them had surreptitiously had their DNA taken from a cigarette. Well, that person, I guess, didn't want to give their DNA up, but they ended up taking the DNA from the cigarette, which means they secretly got it from the cigarette. Now, I don't know who that person is. I don't know if that person has been identified. I do know that Ann Taylor said that as of right now, they have not identified the other three male DNA sources. I don't know why they wouldn't. Hey, Blossom, how are you? If you have a murder scene with 4 people who have been murdered and you find multiple DNA sources, whether it's male or female, why are you not checking to see who these other people's DNA is popping up in this house? 2 of them in the house where the victims were found and 1 of them outside. And Boring Banana, no, they haven't said that he had any wounds. Avery, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, did I read the new gag order right? Lawyers can now speak on the case. There is certain things that they can and that they cannot speak about. So it was amended. They can speak about it, but there's only certain things that they can and cannot speak about. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up the panel. Anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. I would like to, when we have the panel, I would like to keep it. Hey, Chi, how are you? I would like to keep it on topic tonight because I need to get through all of the stuff that I have like in my 6 pages worth of notes. And then I need to try to get through the documents also, which they're only like 2 pages, 3 pages each. I think the longest one, like I said, is the Shannon Gray thing. But I would like to keep it on topic if we can. Dub, how are you? So if you want to see how a prosecution is supposed to act in a real, unbiased, and uncorrupt trial, watch Letitia Stout's trial. The trial exemplifies why this is more than likely framed. Let's see. Possible tool were ruled out. Judy HD. No need to rush through this. Okay, so wait, Renegator, JD. So that would be Jack Decor, right? And then HJ would be Hunter. Not Ethan's brother Hunter, but the other Hunter. It's being said that Hunter was the one that found him, but we don't know that to be a fact because wait, what? How can Gigi delete a comment when she's not here? Wait, hold on. Let me find. If she did it, Sally, she must have done it by accident. Let me Let me see if I can pull her name up. Give me just a second, y'all. I don't know. Sally, that's weird because I'm not pulling her name up. Unless she did it by accident and then exited out of chat. Okay. Okay, I need to catch back up in chat real quick. Give me just 1 second, y'all. Okay, rogue mod. No, Sally, I don't think she's rogue. I know that there's been sometimes that she's been in chat and she's accidentally removed comments, not meaning to. I think her phone screen is like super sensitive. I know Mars is like that sometimes. And just if you just barely hit it, it'll remove their stuff. And see last night Charles came in with Whitney. But nasty avatar pictures, so be careful because they're going around chats and channels to try to get them taken down. Okay, thank you for that, Betty Joe. Let's see. The type of operation LA plus FBI is going after Brad. He didn't happen out of the blue. Ellie knew everything about him and his family when they went to his parents' house. I have so many questions, Eliza. If you want to come up on panel, Eliza, with your questions, you're more than welcome to. Family and friends, how are you? See, I think the two surviving roommates, Dylan and Bethany, know much more about what is going on in the house and the murders than they have told the police. Boring Banana, I have questions. I think with regards to Dylan and Bethany, my biggest question is the 8 hour time gap. Like, what was going on in the house during those 8 hours? Just was in a live stream that was taken down for harassment. Oh my gosh. Hey, Casey. All right. Well, mods, just a heads up. People are saying that the trolls are out in full force tonight. If I have to, I can pull. I'll get troll to come in here as well if we need to. I'm just here now. Sorry. Okay, Gigi, no, honey, it's fine. Those 8 hours, Philly, I like, was she so scared? Because, there are people who can get scared to the point that they will pass out. Did that happen? Like, I have questions about the 8 hours. Thank you, Dub. Hey, Don't Dive, how are you? Let me grab my phone and get my chat pulled up on my phone because I can hit them with wrenches quicker on my phone than I can a computer. Give me just 1 second. Get it pulled up here. Jim, how are you? See, I still haven't seen an artist sketch on Suspect. I would have thought DM. She would have had an artist seeing she saw someone. I mean, would they do in that, Jim? That is a good point. Would they do a sketch though for somebody who had a mask that covered their nose and their mouth and all she could see? I mean, I guess they could just do like the eyes, do the face with the mask, but do the eyes and the eyebrows. Don't doubt. I know, honey, and that's what I was telling people in chat that for the next week, the entire state of Louisiana is going to be over 100 degrees every single day. So try to stay cool as much as possible. Not every police department does sketch. Okay, thank you, Betty Joe. Hey, Illusions, how are you? I mean, it would have been nice if she could have, if they would have done some type of sketch that they could have put out to the public of what Dylan seen that night. Because as of right now, all we're seeing in our minds when she's saying bushy eyebrows in a mask that's covering the nose and the mouth is Bryan Kohberger's eyes and eyebrows. Sorry about that. I just picked up the phone to your channel listening. Okay, no problem, Gigi. So, personally think BK is involved somewhere. Real raw. I think if he is involved, and I've said this from the beginning, I think that he had help. I don't think he did this by himself. Hey, J Lord, how are you? And no, I'm not saying J Lord that Dylan isn't the bad guy. Okay, I'm 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 not saying she's the bad guy. I have an issue with the 8 hours. Let's see, all I know is it's hot in South Florida. Heard something serious. Oh wait, I've done this soft shows. Where did it go? Don't even know what the temperatures have been. Just saw it. Moscow PD is an incompetent small town police and boring, but in it, I think it has a lot to do with they don't have um, the last murder they had was what 2015, so they don't have a whole lot of experience with murders. But at the same time, wouldn't they? I don't know how they would prepare for something like this either, though. Maybe they learned a lot with this. Let's just say that. Hopefully, with this case, they have learned a lot. Uh, Hopefully, how to better work a case. This would be a good way to put it. Let's see. What is the body cam footage of the kids in the field on the same night of the murders where you see shadows running across that other house? What time was that? Okay, so K-Braz. The kids were in the van field. It was 2 something in the morning. They walk across the street to the cop's car. Hey, Wilby, how are you? And when the cop is facing that way, and you see it was 4 heads that go across like under that light, it was at 3:12 in the morning. Thank you, just on. See it? Just don't get no plate number either, or no video of all the cameras around. 11 PA and the Spencer murders was solved with traffic cam. Jim, I don't understand why they never give us a screenshot of the car that they had in the cameras that they caught on the video footage. They gave us a stock picture instead of a picture of the actual car, which if they would have done that would have more than likely helped people look for it instead of just a car that looked like it or a white Hyundai Elantra, whether they knew if it was a 2015, a 2011, 2013, whatever. Ava, how are you? I'm learning at the expense of poor people's lives would be sad. Well, I mean, I hate it, yeah, but it happened. It's sad that it happened. I hate that it happened, but at the same time, they needed to learn something. You know what I'm saying? What they need to do is they need to learn how to take reports of the stuff that goes on in their town. Wait, real raw. You think who was there? Who is BKP? Roger, it wasn't leaked. It was in a document that the prosecution put out. So wait, the neighbors at 1112 said today they saw BK Sunday at lunch or that night. Information that JLR investigates is fresh and new. That was actually Farah. That was in the court. The document that was it was either Jay Logson or Ann Taylor put out about the car being at 1112 King Road. Conspiracy, how are you? Hey, Cricket Moon, how are you? All right, y'all. I'm putting the link back out. Anybody wants to come up, more than welcome to. Let's see. That's where they saw. Wait, hold on, y'all. My chat. And mods, if y'all need me to slow the chat down, please let me know. Okay, so that's what they saw in their video footage. How does the neighbors know it was Bryan's car? There are several white sedans in that area in the neighborhood. There's actually a white car that sits in the driveway of 1112 King Road. Hey, Lori, how are you? Cricket Man, you're very welcome. All right, y'all. So, yeah, if y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please do so. It shows we have 281 people in there with only 93 likes. Court documents. They probably did that so the possible assailant didn't get spooked. The police might not be incompetent as people are casually accusing. They do take reports. But if it's no big deal, it's filed. Well, J Lord, I know that at one time there was an accident, a car accident in Moscow that they did not take a report on. See, was it Parents Weekend that weekend? No, Jim. Parents Weekend was the weekend before the murders happened. So it would have been, hold on, let me grab my calendar. Let me go back to November. So it would have been the weekend of the 5th and 6th would have been Parents Weekend. Hey, I see it now. How are you? Okay. Hold on, y'all. I gotta get into my. I'm trying to switch all of my notes and papers and everything else over to like loose leaf paper and binders instead of notebooks because the notebooks are piling up and it's getting a little bit ridiculous. It was Parents Weekend at WSU. That is true, Freya. And Freya, how are you? Thank you, G. Testing credentials of experts interviews. Okay, so for low crime state, they sure go big when the crimes happen. Larry, unfortunately, yes, which is very sad. Nico Barlow is going to really rip up all the DNA. And Farah, I need to read more about Dick Barlow. I'm showing only a portion of my screen. Is it like that for anybody else? will be. Ann Taylor hasn't brought up the DoorDash thing. Uh, Prosecution hasn't. The only thing that the prosecution has brought up is about, like, in the PCA, about not in Xana getting a DoorDash delivery at 4 o'clock. Okay, so it looks fine for everybody else. Okay, so don't dive. You might have to exit out of YouTube and then come back into it and see if that helps it. Okay, it may just be, it may just be on hers. You're welcome, don't dive. Was there any other delivery drivers like Grubhub? Jim, that I don't know. The only one that they've, any other drivers that has been mentioned was just the private driver that gave Kaylee and Maddie a ride home that night, and then the DoorDash driver. That's it. That's the only two other drivers that's been mentioned. Hey, Brad, how are you? Izzy, how are you? And if I'm not mistaken, cops talked to both of those, the private driver and the DoorDash. Let's see. I did a deep dive on Becca Barlow. She's from San Francisco, went to Berkeley as well as Cornell, and gets paid 825. Wait, 650 to 825 per hour to be a DNA expert and debunk it to discredit DNA. Now, Farah, thank you for that information. I did say that she went to Berkeley. She, whenever she did her declaration and they put it on the in the court documents, there was like a little thing that she had put in there about her and like just her expertise and her background and all that. But that's just what I read on there. That's all I know about her. So I need to look more into her. And then who was the other one? Stephen Mercer is the other one that they have brought on to be on their team. Larry, give me just Larry. Do you need the membership link for iPhone or Android? Will be. I don't think they have. Mikey S, thank you so much for that super chat. So is BK a cannibal or isn't he? I don't think he's a cannibal. Okay, iPhone. Give me just 1 second and I will. All right. Um, Larry Nightbot will be dropping the iPhone link for you. So wait, Mikey, Nancy Grace is saying that he's a cannibal? Hey, Smiles, how are you? You're welcome, Larry. Where does Nancy Grace say that? Y'all, I have just been. Hey, LJ, how are you? Mariah, I've never heard that. Mikey, where did she did with a guest? I'm serious. So she said that today on one of her shows. Valentina, that is right too, and that's what I was saying earlier. If if you read the documents, Because, like I said, I just read over them the other night, but didn't really take into account of what they were saying. If you go back over it and you read it slowly and you really think about what you're reading, when it says that there is no connection to the girls or to the victims, then that's no following on social media. That's no sliding into their DMs. Um, Nothing. There's no connection between Bryan and the victims. 2 months ago, the doctor said that. Let's see. He's a vegetarian. I doubt he would eat people. That's ridiculous. That Mariah, that is just crazy. Honestly, I this case is crazy. Okay, but to say Brian's a cannibal, I mean, come on. No connection does not mean not guilty, and that is true, Miss Babe. And I mean, the only thing that the state can do is present their case to the jury. It just means that when they say that there's no connection to them, that would include sliding into their DMs, like it's been said. That would include um, not. I mean, he wouldn't be following them on social media. There's nowhere to connect him to them. And Taylor is trying to poison the minds of the jurors, in my opinion, and there's plenty to go by, in my opinion. Hey, Lady V, how are you? Izzy, we're gonna have to wait until the trial. Hopefully, the trial doesn't get moved back. The cannibal thing was Liza. When did the cannibal thing come out? I've never heard of it. Lady V, I was actually asking about you earlier. I didn't know if y'all had made it home. Okay, let's see. We just walked in this house on a hunch to do this to these kids. Astro, I wish I knew what the motive was. I think that's the 8 hour time gap. The motive, I would think it's probably the two main questions that a lot of people have. Hey sis, how are you? Rich, how are you? An alleged cannibal just got sentenced. Right by me, convenient. They let him take a plea. So crazy that I've never heard that about Bond. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Yeah, we got home.
Okay, I was just wondering because when I went live the other night, I didn't see you in chat, and I didn't know if y'all had made it home or not. Okay.
Yeah, no, we stopped in Kansas City and took our my aunt out to dinner.
Oh, okay. Well, at least y'all made it home. Okay.
Yeah, we made
Um.
it safe.
Okay. So, conspiracy says no connection to the victims, but what about the survivors? That is a good question because that was never mentioned.
Yeah, that's true.
It just said that Jay Logson just said that there was no connection to the victims. There is no explanation for total lack of DNA in the car, house, apartment, or office. And if you go back and you think about there not be like the way they put it of the total lack, or there's no explanation for the total lack of. There's no explanation that was put out there, and that goes for everything because they didn't. There's are they going to come out and say, well, the explanation is that there's no victim's DNA in the car because he used bleach or he used some type of other cleaning agent? So obviously he didn't clean his car out with bleach or some other type of cleaning agent because that would have been an explanation. And Jay Logson is saying that there is no explanation for the total lack of the victim's DNA in his car, house, apartments, or his office.
Yeah, that's so. I went back and listened to you with Philly and Vapor and Big Al the other night in Avery,
Hmm.
and the wording is just so tricky.
Right.
You know, okay, so okay, let's say on one hand this man's very bright, okay, and on the other hand he's done some really silly things. And but if anybody would know how to clean up or try to make sure that there's not any DNA hardly at all, if any, or cleaning it up or whatever, or how to avoid it, it would be somebody that's taken all the courses he's taken.
Okay, wait, repeat that because you when you were talking, your mic went muffled a little bit.
Oh, hang on.
Okay, now you sound better.
Okay, I turned it up.
Okay.
Okay, so on one hand he's extremely intelligent. On the other hand, he's made some silly mistakes, right?
Right.
So, with all of the training and all of the techniques and all of the SKs he's studied over the year, and any other, let's say he was asking those people, if it's true, he was asking those people for, in that questionnaire about what they did wrong, what they did right, I mean, he would know how to try to avoid or try to keep the DNA down to, if anybody would know, he would know, is what I'm saying.
Right, just based off of like his schooling and his education
Yeah, and
and stuff like
heaven
that.
knows what else.
Raw, if you're having bad storms in Tennessee, please be safe.
Oh, yes,
I've,
please.
I've seen several different people saying that they were having bad storms. So,
Yeah, their wording is just so tricky.
and see, that's like I said, when I was reading it the other night, I was reading it to be reading it to the chat like I've always done. You know, all of the documents just came out. Hey, Jessica, how are you? Um, and I just got to thinking about it. I kept seeing like all these other people talking about it, and I was like, damn, I need to go back and I need to reread it. I need to slow it down, take it paragraph by paragraph, and
Right.
I just went to realizing, okay, well, this says this and this says that, and you kind of have to, as you're reading it, the way they've got it worded, think about how it's worded.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just like, it's just like Vapor was saying, she is playing mind games. Absolutely.
Okay, hold on, let me answer uh, a text real quick. Let's see. Okay.
Mary, you having problems with trolls here lately, the last few days?
Okay, people do not be coming in here being rude to people on my panel, please. Jessica, you're very welcome. And Lady V, your mic is like cutting in and out a little bit.
Okay, hold on. Is that better at all?
Yeah, it is now. It was just like it was cutting out and then it was making like a weird noise.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm usually upstairs. I'm actually in my living room right now.
Oh, okay.
So you've been having problems with weird trolls here the last few days too?
No, I haven't. I mean, there's been a few people, that we've had to like time out, but there was some people saying that other channels have been having trolls and stuff like that, but I haven't had any.
Yeah, really bad on some.
So I just told the mods to stay, heads up with it and everything. And I told my husband that I may need him to jump into chat later on. So
Yeah, just watch out for their avatars.
yeah, that's what somebody else had said.
Yeah.
Click on me, Elmo. How are you?
And if they said something about me, I have no idea. I wasn't even looking.
Yeah, I don't know if they were referring to me or you, but the point is, don't be
Yeah.
don't be rude to my panel guest. Let's see. Valentina was expressing her opinion. Doesn't mean she's a troll. No, Larry, I don't think she's a troll, but you can't come in here and be disrespectful or rude to people either. Let's see. Okay, so there was. All right, so I talked about the multiple unidentified male DNA profiles that was found at the crime scene. Uh, like I said, two of them were found inside the house. They didn't specify where at inside the house, but they did say that it was in the house where the victims were located or found. I had to go back and pull the document up. Um, Hold on.
So, okay, did I hear correctly that there was a male DNA found in Vanna's bed sheet?
Okay, I cannot understand you at all now, Lady B.
Let me go out and come back in.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, Turquoise, how are you? Oh my God, people are so rude. I mean, goodness. All right, let me throw the link back out for her. Anybody else wants to grab it, you're more than welcome to. Okay, let me catch back up in chat. And Larry, it's fine. See, this is a Super Bowl, and Ann Taylor is the quarterback in her mind. She may be just putting out bullshit docs to plant doubt. But see, the thing is, though, she can't put anything out that is lies because if she does, and the state can prove it's a lie, then all they're going to do is go to the judge and show that she's lying. And do y'all honestly think that Ann Taylor, Jay Logsdon, Eliza Massive, or even the prosecution is going to put something in a court document that's a lie and ruin their credibility within the courts? How are you?
Who's I'm good. How are you guys tonight?
Doing all right.
So I wanted to say something that I kind of said the other night about um, what Valentina's saying about the crime scene. How about how somebody could do all of this and not have heat, and he doesn't have blood or whatever. But if we were talking about somebody other than Bryan, say they threw somebody else in jail for this crime, right?
Uh-huh.
We'd be saying the same thing about, or she'd be saying the same thing about him. I mean, the crime scene is what the crime scene is.
Right.
It's not that it's him, it's that's what the crime scene gave them to work with, right? So
Yes.
it doesn't matter who did it. If whoever did this didn't leave any evidence behind, it doesn't mean anything about him. It's just whoever did it, him or not, didn't leave anything behind. We don't know that he didn't leave anything behind, but what we know as of right now and what everybody is allegedly trying to say is that how can he be guilty because of this and this, but yet it doesn't matter if it's him or not. The crime scene, they can only work with the crime scene they have.
True.
Now
Oh Lord.
if they screwed it up, then they screwed it up. But I mean, I think everybody would agree that you wouldn't assume anybody could go in there and do what was done and not leave something behind. So
Could okay. Let me. I just want just an opinion on this. from you and Lady V. Could someone, let me think how to word this. Could some just random person go in and do this and not leave any DNA, but just on one specific spot, which in this case is the button of a knife sheath, but not leave DNA anywhere else in the house, not have DNA in their car of the victims, um, not have any connection, and I'm just going off of what the documents are saying. So not have any type of connection to the victims or anything like that. Could just a random person do that?
Well, this was just a random person, right? I mean,
Okay.
he didn't know them apparently. He didn't, he wasn't an associate, he wasn't a friend, he wasn't a anything. He basically was random,
Okay. I'm trying to make a point, but I'm trying to say it without actually saying something else, because if I say something else, people are going to run with it.
Okay. I don't believe anybody on the planet could do this and not have left evidence behind.
Except for certain people.
Except for what?
Except for certain people, if you get where I'm going with that.
I think I know where you're going with it, but
I'm trying to say it without saying it, because, like I said, if
I know it'll be
people will
yeah.
run with it and take it the wrong way and all this and that.
But if that's the case, then we got bigger problems.
Astro, no. I'm not saying that Dylan could have done it. I don't think Dylan or Bethany did this to these kids. No, I don't think that. I don't know. I thought, I'm gonna be honest. I thought that 100% it was him. I've always said that I thought someone else was with him, and some capacity involved with him in this. But these documents tell a completely different thing now.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
The documents don't really tell anything different, in my opinion. I don't know. I mean,
Hey, hold on. I need to mute for just 1 second to take care of something real quick, okay?
Okay. And where Lost and I disagree is I don't think he had anybody helping him.
Yeah, I bounce back and forth on that thing. Because when she explains it, it sounds so logical. But then when I'm thinking about it, I don't think that he did.
Okay, I'm back, y'all. Okay, real quick. Hey, Sima, how are you, honey? If people are in the chat just asking a question and they're not being rude, don't worry about, please don't delete their comments, because they're just asking a question and that's it.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm back.
I don't know. Everybody has their own opinion,
Right.
and I don't have a problem with people, voicing their opinion, as long as it's not like in a way of name calling or
right. As long as they're not being rude about it. I like hearing everybody's different opinions, honestly, because somebody could have a different opinion than I have, but when they explain their opinion out, I get it then.
I mean, there is a way that Lumpy Larry, there is a way that could happen. I mean, there is a way it could happen. It's just not easy to do.
Christina, how are you? Hey, hi, how are you? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I say hi to everybody when they're coming in.
Oh no, you're good. I just don't see how. I just don't see how one person could not leap really anything. I don't think a random person could do it unless it's what you're alluding to. Or what I think you're alluding to.
Well, yeah.
I'm just, I'm thinking at it from different angles. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Oh, yeah, I get it.
I mean, like I've said before, everybody thinks that, it's impossible to do what was done in the time frame, but I've said all along that it's very easy to do, especially for somebody that's never done it before. I mean, they could easily do it in that time frame. And I don't want to be an ass or anything, but I could do it in half the time, and that's not to, that's why when I heard the timeline, I'm like, that's easy. But you think about the adrenaline rush, and then you think about, what we do know about him running and stuff, and running a 6-minute mile isn't all that fast. But the point is that nobody off the couch could run a 6-minute mile.
No, that's something that you've got to train for and get
Yeah,
worked
it's
up to
endurance.
that time and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's endurance.
Okay.
I mean, you have to stay in decent shape to be able to run that.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking through my notes again because I made notes and then I made little notes under the notes. I've got like notes inside of notes because it was like the multiple unidentified male DNA profiles found at the crime scene. I want to know who these people are and why wasn't their DNA profiles identified like Brian's was. Like we know that they were put through CODIS. Hey Kim, how are you? They were put through CODIS, but why were they not? Why didn't they finish identifying them like they did Brian? Because what if those people are possibly involved with it as well? But
Well, what if those people didn't have somebody who did the genealogical stuff?
how do they know that if they
How
didn't
do we
look?
know that they didn't look?
It says in the court documents that they were never there was never anything done other than the CODIS. That they were put through CODIS and there was no hit.
I mean,
I mean, is that the only way for them to identify DNA is through the genealogical sites?
no. I mean,
Well,
CODIS used to be about, the biggest way to
But I
find somebody, but I mean,
but isn't CODIS just for people that have been arrested before? And when like when you get arrested, they take your DNA and then they enter it into the CODIS program. Hey Angie, how are you? And then it
um
shows that you've been
I
arrested
don't I
before.
don't know that they can take DNA from anybody arrested. I think it has to be some kind of a certain crime or something. I mean, if you get a speeding ticket, you don't pay it, you have a warrant and they arrest you for it, I don't think that they're going to take your DNA for that.
Okay, I'll have to go back and look up like the laws in Louisiana because if I ain't mistaken, if you get arrested here, they take your DNA and
No
put
matter
it
what you're arrested
no
for.
matter yes, no matter what you're arrested for,
Good
if
luck
you
getting
get
mine if you think
if
that.
you get booked here in Louisiana, no matter what it's for, whether it's just a small crime or a large one, they will they when they're processing you, they take your DNA and they put it into the system showing that you have been arrested before.
wow.
Well, I know I got arrested for a ticket I didn't pay and they didn't take mine, so maybe it's by different states, I'm not sure,
Yeah,
but
it could be. And so I know it's like that here. I'd have to look up. Well, he was arrested in Pennsylvania, but it did say that they took his DNA with a buccal swab, which in this case would be normal. I mean, he's being accused of murder, so that's understandable. Wait,
but I
who
mean,
just said that?
couldn't that
Beckles says that Florida is like that as well. If you get arrested, they take your DNA.
yeah, they're not getting my DNA without a conviction. I don't care who they are. I mean, even if I got arrested, let's just say I got arrested for a felony or murder or anything like, until you have convicted me, you're not getting my DNA.
Yeah, they would have to have. I mean, I wouldn't want to give mine up willingly either, but some states they're saying it's only for felonies, races only, felonies only in North Carolina. And let me grab this question real quick from Baby Boot. She says, "I have a question. Where are all the people who stated if no victim's DNA found in car, apartment, or his parents' house, they will say Bryan is innocent? Talk is obviously cheap."
Well, but
Baby Boop, I don't know. I don't know if anybody in here has ever said that.
no, that was in Bald Boy's paperwork, right? The one he
Uh,
didn't, the one he didn't sign a penalty of perjury under.
yes, it was. Yeah, because Ann had put just the three unidentified male sources in hers, and then Jay Logson's was about the car and the apartment and house and all that. Avery, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
Hi, Vapor. Hi, Lady V.
How you doing, Avery?
So I,
Hello.
I had three things that I
Avery,
wanted.
do you mind if I just say something real quick? Hey, I haven't been asleep since yesterday and I'm running on fumes. I just wanted to come up and say hi. So I'll catch you tomorrow night, okay?
Okay, honey. Well, you have a good night.
Okay, you
Good
too.
night.
All right.
Bye bye.
Bye.
I had three things. I was talking with my good friend earlier, and he does criminal investigations. And some of the things that we were talking about is, first off, we don't know what kind of DNA was found on the knife sheath. Like, we're just assuming that it was like touch or trace DNA, but
Well, it says now they're saying it's touch DNA, and I'll have to go back and see if it's in Ann Taylor's document or if it's in Jay Logson's. But one of those two said touch.
really, okay.
Yeah.
The other thing is the ID cards that they found in his glove in his vehicle. Um, and this was according to News Nation, but my friend was telling me he believes it to be accurate, is that one of the ID cards is tied to one of the victims. And then the other thing that he said is about there was two knives that they found, and one they gave, the brand and everything of the knife, but the other one they just left it as knife. And
Okay.
so we were kind of wondering, maybe they have the knife and
All
they're
right.
just
So
saving it.
that was on the Pennsylvania
Uh-huh.
return whenever he was arrested. There was actually three knives listed. The first item that they put on that return or
Mhm.
items that they took from the house, it just said knife, and that was it.
Yeah,
Uh,
just
the
knife.
next one was a Smith and Wesson
Hmm.
knife, and then the third one was a Taylor. Was it Taylor cutlery knife? I believe. Hey Stevie, how are you? I
Oh,
believe
I
it was
didn't
a
see that
Taylor.
one.
I believe it was a Taylor cutlery knife. Um, as far as the IDs that they're saying was found in the glove in the box or whatever,
Hmm.
if I'm not mistaken, uh, Christy Gonzalez said that the IDs were not connected to any of the victims in the house.
Really?
Yes. But
Oh,
I'll have to. I remember hearing that being said. I would have to go back and find where I heard it at, but I
yeah.
do remember hearing her say that.
So, so why do you think with the knives they would detail out what two of them are, but one just leave it as knife?
I, I don't know. I even thought about could that be the knife, and they didn't want it to. They didn't want to say it's a K bar or anything like that, or give a name because people would be looking into it and they thought maybe that could have been the weapon. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? And then that be running, but that's all they put. That was literally the first item that was put on the list. It just said knife, and that's it.
Hmm. Yeah. So I was just, talking with my friend, and this was earlier today, and I said, "Do you think that their case is falling apart?" And he said, no, because he thinks if it was, that Anne would be filing a lot more motions and uh, trying to get, what did he call that hearing? It's some kind of a hearing that they have where, she would say, look, they don't have enough evidence,
The
to
motion.
hold him.
The motion hearings.
Yeah, some kind of a motion hearing. I didn't write it down. And then he was telling me that it really is a big deal depending on what kind of DNA was found on the sheath, like if it was a skin cell or, like he said that actually really makes a big difference. So, and we don't know what it is yet too. But anyhow, he said he didn't think that the case is falling apart. He thinks that the prosecution is staying, I guess, quiet is the word that, I can't remember his word, but that's the word I'll use. Um, because he thinks they have some big bombshells, because he said otherwise they would have, if literally all they had was just some touch DNA and some cell phone pings, um, then they wouldn't have gone as hard and gung ho with them as they have. They probably wouldn't even be holding him in there. So I don't know, but it was just interesting to me. So, but I'm gonna have to look that up if Christy said none of the ID cards were related to them, because
Somebody is saying that I heard it on another channel, but that had talked to Christy, but I could have swore I heard her say that it was brought up. I just don't remember whose interview it would have been with, because they've done several different interviews with people,
mhm.
and I don't remember whose it would have been.
I'll try to Google it and find it. But today
Okay.
when I Googled the ID cards that were found in his vehicle, every news article and every article that I pulled up said that one of them was linked to one of the victims. And so maybe Christy was correcting that. I don't know. I'll have to.
Eliza says she remembers the same thing. I was asking Eliza in chat, like if she remembers who said it, or who she was doing the interview with.
I remember hearing something like that, because I remember when I heard it, I'm thinking, oh, damn, well, that sucks. But I don't remember who I heard it from.
Like I said, because they did the Chronicles of Olivia interview.
Mhm.
It wasn't on that.
They did a Bryan interview.
Mhm.
Both of those were done in their home, and then they've done multiple ones where they were. I know they did a few with News Nation.
And Chanley Painter, they did that last one with her. Well, who was the man that did the last one where they were sitting on the porch? Was he was from Court TV, I think, because then later it was Chanley Painter. I don't know if I'm saying her name right, that was riding in the vehicle with.
Okay, yeah, that was Chanley Painter that was riding in the vehicle with him, because that was on Kaylee's birthday.
Yeah.
And she was riding with him while he was going out and was doing what is it, like the pay it forward thing or whatever.
Yeah. And you remember right before that, there was a man, it was all in that same video, but there was a man sitting on their porch, talking to them. And
I must have missed that part.
I don't remember. I think he was I want to say he was from Court TV.
It wasn't Vinny, was it, from Court TV?
Definitely wasn't Vinny. It was a younger, dark, brunette colored haired eye.
Okay, I must have missed that part, because I watched some of it when they were riding around, on Kaylee's birthday or whatever, but I didn't watch the whole thing.
Oh, right.
Whose porch was it on? Was it the Gonzalez family's porch?
Yeah, right on their porch.
Okay, because Will B was asking whose it was.
And that would have been the last interview that I seen, because it was, very recent, just on Kaylee Jade Day.
Right.
But
I'll have to see if I can find it. I don't know. I just remember seeing it.
But I'm kind of leaning along the lines too that if it really is as little as precious little, as Ann Taylor and her team are making it seem to be, then why hasn't she filed a motion for a dismissal?
I don't know. I know that she's got all this stuff coming that they're going to be talking about Tuesday. So I don't know. And
Oh,
Raw,
that's
thank you
right.
so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
No, our
Um,
camera is going to be in there Tuesday.
I'm thinking they are just because the judge came out with a thing last week saying that he's going to allow the cameras for now. It's going to be. I know Court TV still has their camera allowed in there. I'm assuming they're going to do just like they did last time, where,
Mm-hmm.
where Court TV gets the footage and then they have to distribute it out to the other companies or whatever. So we
Mm-hmm.
we're not going to be able to see it live more than likely. So it'll probably be like a thing like it was last time where we get to watch it that afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. I think this is going to be one of those cases where all the way to trial, we are going to be just kind of going in circles, trying to, because it's like they're just giving us tidbits, just enough to, keep our minds going. Like, oh my goodness, is this case falling apart? Is he actually innocent? And I think we may as well buckle down because I think it's going to be this way for a while.
Hey Eric, how are you? I mean, honestly, I think there's more than one person involved, but that's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong, but that is just.
I've always thought that from day one, just because I'm thinking,
I
how
mean,
in the
how do you have three unidentified male DNA sources,
hmm
but you don't get them checked out?
yeah, I just have always not been able to understand how one person can take four people. Um, there had to, I don't know. You would just think there would have had to have been some kind of loud ruckus or scream or something to wake up the others. I'm not even positive that they were all asleep, and I just don't see how one person, could have done this. If it would have been, with a GUN, then yeah, I would be like, oh yeah, you could definitely, take out four people with a GUN very easily. But with individual knifing, it really has me question how one person could do it. Like, I guess it's
Why?
possible.
Why do you have to question how one person can do it?
Yeah.
I'm just
Okay,
curious.
hold on. Let me get
Oh wait,
let
what'd you
me get
say?
this. Hold on. Wait. Let me get this super chat real quick so I can get it off my
Oh,
screen where I can see.
go ahead. Sorry.
Key Scarlett, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, I read all the docs, and they are saying presumably it signifies speculation. Nowhere does it state that the DNA is touched as a fact. I don't remember exactly what it says word for word verbatim, but I do remember, I want to say twice in one of the two documents, it talks about it being touch DNA. I do believe it's Jay Logson, though, that it was in his. But I'll have to go back and look. But King Scarlett, thank you so much for that super chat.
Yeah, I'm writing all this stuff down to go back and look about Christy saying clearing the ID cards and then to look for, whether it's touch or touch DNA or what it is. Well, Vapor, you asked me something. I didn't
Yeah,
hear
I
you.
asked why you think one person couldn't do this.
I just think that so I think like if one person went in, with like a gun, another kind of a weapon, they very easily could. But just, but individual knifings, you would just think, okay, I don't know if he, I don't know how to explain it without being too graphic. But I would just think that when he started hurting one, the other would have ran
Well, there's places that you can
unless he
stick
went
somebody
straight
that
for
they
a,
can't make any noise.
if, I mean, yeah, if he went straight for like a incapacitating, you know, well, that would be one thing, but with them having defensive wounds,
There's
it,
only defensive wounds that there's only possibly there's only evidence of one person fighting back.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
know Xana, and I
Yeah,
thought,
just Santa.
okay, I thought one of the girls from upstairs too.
No, I don't think they had any defensive wounds, or I don't think they had any. I don't know. Like, we obviously don't know, but
But
um,
wasn't it Kaylee's dad who said that she fought?
no, he said there was a hell of a fight on the second floor.
And
Oh,
the only other thing that he said, as far as like Kaylee and Maddie, was that Kaylee's wounds were worse than Maddie's.
okay. So he said second floor, and I keep thinking that Kaylee and Maddie are actually the second floor, but technically that'd be the third floor, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Kelly P, welcome to the chat. Thank you for joining us. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's
I
just
mean,
mind-boggling. You know what I wonder though is in the end, okay, say in the end they find out that Bryan Kohberger is innocent. Can he sue?
no, not unless he can prove that something was planted. Then he might be
Okay.
able to. If he can prove that somebody planted the knife sheath or planted some kind of other evidence that comes out, then he possibly could.
But if somebody planted, okay, say somebody framed him, why would they just pick this random generic dude from
I don't know.
Washington?
That's what I'm just wondering the same thing.
Yeah,
I mean, I've
like that's
said
an
all
odd
along that
choice.
the prosecution's got a lot more evidence that we don't know about.
That's what I
And
think.
the only reason I say that is because you would be stupid to go through this without having a lot more evidence. You
Right.
know, I mean, you're setting yourself up for failure if you don't have what you need.
And Chief Fry was just so I don't think I've ever seen a chief so confident to the point that he was smitten when he said that he knew 100% that they had the right guy. I mean, it was just his demeanor that it was just almost chilling, when he announced it.
Yeah.
So I
I
bet,
remember,
yeah, I
I don't
bet
know.
there was more.
I mean, I believe he did it. And I think that the only way he gets out of it is from the inexperience of that police department.
Hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. It's going to be very, excuse me, it's going to be very interesting to hear what goes on Tuesday. Because
Hmm.
there's going to be a lot of arguing going on
Well, with
Tuesday.
all of this stuff and all these court documents and everything, right?
Uh huh.
With all this stuff trying to turn the public against the prosecution, basically, because that's what I see. That's what I've been seeing in chats and everything else is everybody, when he was arrested, everybody was so gung-ho and happy about, we've got this piece of crap that did this, blah, blah, blah. But all I've seen is the percentage go down and down and down about,
Yep, me too.
the people that think he did or didn't do it. At the beginning, everybody's like, oh yeah, we got him from the PCA. Yeah, there's enough on there. And there's more evidence. But now it's all, trying to be picked apart and all this stuff, that is being alleged by Little Liar and everything else.
Hmm.
All I see is the percentages of people, the 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 trust well, I don't even know if it's trust. Honestly, half of the people I believe want them to be wrong only because they think law enforcement is crooked, you
Hmm.
know. Um,
And there
but
could be a lot of electronical evidence in that 51 terabytes
oh yeah,
that we don't know of too.
but just think about this: if somebody in that police department framed him, right? If
Hmm.
and now all of this public, oh yes, Stevie, you don't know how much I do believe that, and I do mean it. And honestly, her nickname is me being very polite. You know that. Um, but if somebody in that department framed him, and all of this stuff coming out about him possibly getting off, or him possibly, coming up with something to say he's innocent, or that the public opinion is swaying towards the jury maybe not voting for guilty.
Mhm.
Now, if there is somebody in there, do you think, and it's just a question, do you think something might happen to him before he actually goes to trial?
That's a good question.
I mean, for this person to actually save his own ass?
Wow, that's a really,
Because
yeah,
he gets to walk into that police department with that guy every day.
right. Yeah, if it was an officer that framed him, oh yeah, I didn't even
Okay,
think
so
about
wait,
that.
ask that again. I
What
was
was
reading
that?
something. Ask your question again. I was reading something in chat.
My question was, if somebody planted evidence and framed him from that police department, and now with all the public and all the stuff coming out about him possibly being able to not get convicted by a jury and all this probable doubt, that person that framed him goes to that police department every day where he is. He has access to him. So do you think, if it's starting to turn and look like it could be proven that this might have happened, do you think that something might happen to Bryan before they actually go to trial?
If that were the case and he was being framed by somebody within the department, I think that would be highly likely. If it,
Well,
yeah,
let's
I
just
don't
say,
know. I had to think about that for a minute.
I don't know if I want to say this, but let's just say it's not one person, it's a bunch of people that are in on it. How
yeah,
hard would it be for them to get rid of him? Oh my God, he hung himself overnight. I don't know what happened.
yeah. Lately, the newest thing here in my state, in the prisons, is because we have inmates literally dying alone in their cells every other day, and it's all fentanyl overdose, which it probably is, but they're doing an investigation into it. So I mean, there's no telling what they could come up with.
Maybe he got some bad tofu.
I wish his family would speak out more.
Well, they're not allowed to, I don't believe. And I don't know that they know anything at this point.
I'm pretty sure their attorney has probably told them not to. It would be better if they didn't.
Wow.
I mean, if something happens to him before he goes to trial, there's going to be you think that, how long do you think it's going to be before the true crime community on YouTube just loses their shit?
But when you think about it, because okay, so that college university brings the most revenue to, the city of Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
And why would they want to do anything that would jeopardize, their revenue coming in?
Oh no, I'm sure that they're trying to protect that with any cost, and that's probably one of the reasons why so many reports don't get written up.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't understand. And I've said it before. Like the whole not writing the reports, it almost seems like they're just trying to keep or make people think that there's no crime in that town.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But when you have a car accident and you don't write a report on it, how do you, if there's any damage to your vehicle, how do you turn that into your insurance? I had an accident, but the police didn't write a report on it.
King Scarlet, I back law enforcement a lot. A lot of my family is law enforcement, and I stand behind them. But because they are law enforcement, just like this person you're naming, he knows that there's bad ones there. Right. I know that there's bad ones there because they used to come to barbecues every damn weekend and kick my ass.
Yeah, there's not every cop out there is
bad.
No. Not every. And what's bad is that the bad ones make it bad for all of them, even the good ones. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we have to remember they're human,
Right.
so there's going to be, yeah, but they're held to a higher, higher standard. But yeah, unfortunately, those bad ones do make it worse for the good ones.
One
So
bad one can make it just bad for a
for
whole
a whole
group.
department.
Right.
Yes.
So they actually don't. Did you say that they don't write up reports for car accidents?
There was one that I found that there was, and Vapor, I don't remember if you were in here that night when I was talking about, but I had showed it, and it was for a car accident, and there was no report, and I just kept like, how do you? And there was people saying, well, you don't have to have a report to file it on your insurance. I'm like, in Louisiana, if you have a car accident and you need to file that on your insurance, you have to have a
A
police
police report.
report. You can't just go say, oh, I was in a traffic accident, but I ain't got no way to prove it because
Oh,
the police didn't
absolutely.
write
Yeah,
a
I mean,
report.
even if you told your insurance company it was a hit and run, they're still going to say, well, did you get a police report?
Yeah, exactly. And I was just like, how does that happen? You know what I'm saying? There, I've seen on there where they made calls where people had called in for like welfare checks for people, and this was like back during the winter time, and they would go check on them. And I think there was one where they couldn't locate the person, but they didn't write a report on it.
oh,
Okay,
that's really
so
bad.
right, because what if somebody else calls in and says we found this person deceased or
Hmm.
whatever? Okay, well, if you would have had a report on it, then that person, there would be like what a bolo or whatever put out for
Right.
that person. Well, if there's, why not write a report on a missing person? That makes absolutely no sense to me.
Wow.
But
Yeah,
let it,
they need to do reports and keep records of everything they're doing.
but let a stray dog be running through town, and they gonna write a report on it. But they won't for a missing person or a person who has been called to have a welfare check done on them.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
It doesn't. I'm all for animal safety, and public safety when it comes to animals running loose. But when you have a person who someone else is calling to have a welfare check done on, you need to make a report. And there's a lot of times that on those calls in the town of Moscow that they would go out, but they would not write a report. And that was only to keep the crime, to make it look like they had less crime in that town because of it being a college town.
Hmm.
Misbehaving wants to know how you know they didn't write a report.
It said no report written or no report taken. However it was that it was worded. A lot of the stuff you can go on their website and look, and it says no report.
So, Scarlett, let me ask you this, and then I'm actually going to hop back down because I don't know. When Ann Taylor filed the motion asking for more time for the alibi, has the judge answered to that motion?
Not unless he's going to do it Tuesday. I don't
Okay.
think I've seen anything. Hold on, let me look. Because there was like 14 documents dropped.
Yeah, I was trying to look for it myself, and I was going blurry-eyed.
Yeah, because they drop a lot of them and they'll put one date on them and then they drop more and then they'll put a different date on them, and it's kind of hard to keep up with them. That's why every time they drop new ones, I have to write them down.
I kind of find it weird that they request an alibi or a whatever. Can't he just say, look, my alibi is I didn't do it?
Well, the state is wanting, if he's going to use an alibi as his defense, the state is demanding that alibi. So I'm assuming they could vet it and make sure that it's legit or whatever, because that's what they had put, alibi demanded.
And see, I have never, ever, ever heard of, a defense asking for more time to provide an alibi. I've just never, I've never even heard of it
I mean,
before.
the only thing that I can think of, honestly, not even question it, like, why do you need more time to provide an alibi?
Where'd you find that, Tonka?
Oh,
Did you see what he had written? What Tonka wrote? I mean, sorry.
Jailer. Okay, so there was some officers present at the crime scene from Pullman, and they just released 3 officers for behaviors not becoming an officer. The assistant police chief position was up for grab. Wait, Tonka, when did this happen? And where did you see that?
Yeah, that I hadn't heard that.
Okay, so I'll be watching the chat for their response. Um, shit, what was I talking about? Oh, the alibi.
Yeah, alibi.
Okay, so the only thing that I could think of that they would need more time is he has his alibi, but in order for him to prove it, that proof is somewhere inside of this pile of evidence that they have. And so it's almost like he has to go, hey, ISOF, how are you? That they have to go, he has to go through it all and try to find that whatever this information is, so then he can prove that his alibi. That's the only thing I can think of, if he has one. Now,
What
they
I
keep
what I was
saying that, about Bryan knows that exculpatory evidence exists, but that could be also the same thing. He knows that it exists. He has to find it and pull it out of the evidence to show that that's the exculpatory evidence.
What I was thinking too is like I know, like me myself, say I was arrested, tomorrow for some kind of a horrendous thing like this, and they asked me, what were you doing, the night of, let's just go back like, I don't know, 6 weeks. I would have absolutely no idea. I would literally have no idea what I was doing on one particular night. I don't even know what I was doing 3 days ago.
Right.
Like I would have to search through my, my, most likely my phone would probably tell me, what I was doing. And maybe that's why they need more time, because maybe they're going through his digital stuff to try to find an alibi for him.
It could be.
But
I need to slow the chat down. But go ahead, keep going. I'm listening.
yeah, but I'm just real interested to see what the judge is going to respond to on that motion and how long the judge is going to give him.
Yeah, because I want to say, let me see if there was if she put a date.
I mean, could you guys remember what you were doing, say,
No.
6 weeks ago?
You would literally, if you want to know what I was doing 6 weeks ago, you got to go back to my YouTube.
Yeah.
My YouTube is literally my alibi.
Yeah.
Seriously. Or my phone, because every time I use my card for something, I get receipts like that. That would be the only way I could prove anything of where I was at or what I was doing.
I know I'd be a hot mess if they ever arrested me and I had to try to come up with what I was doing, because I'm one of those that when I wear an outfit, I have to put it on the opposite side of the closet after I wash it, so that I know not to rewear it again within like the next week. I there's no way I'd remember that far back.
Okay, so this is June. Well, when was the alibi where she requested more time? Was that in June or May?
I think it was the dump right before this last, the dump of the documents for the 22nd. I think it was the dump right before that.
Okay, wait. Motion for an exception or in the alternative to extend time. Okay, so what date is this? This was June the 9th. Okay, I was wondering if there was like a certain amount of days that she was asking for, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe the state responded to that and said that they had no problem with it.
Oh, so it was the state who responds, not the judge.
I'm sure the judge will have to respond to it. Let's see, state's response to the defendant's motion. Okay, so the state's response to the defendant's motion for an exception or in the alternative to extend time for compliance. There was something that they said that they didn't mind. Let me go through it real quick. It's only like 3 pages. Okay, so this is where they said the state acknowledges that the discovery in this case is substantial and ongoing. The state also recognizes that the case is currently set for jury trial projected to last 4 to 6 weeks. Balancing the above, the state has no objection to the reasonable extension of time for the defense to comply with its obligations under the Idaho Code 19519, with the understanding and the expectation that the state will likewise have a reasonable period of time to respond to any proffered notice of alibi, with the additional understanding that any defense compliance with that same Idaho code. So the defense is basically saying, okay, that's fine, but we need to have reasonable time as well once we get it. Kind of a like, I give you, you give me that type thing.
I just want to address something Tonka said about Don Daniels, about her being involved, extremely involved in the case, but she was only involved, to my knowledge, in the search of his apartment and office in Washington State. And if nothing was found in his apartment or office that they're going to use in trial, why does she matter?
What's weird about her, though, about Don Daniels, is that, okay, you know, she wrote the shit, what was it called? Hold on. The application for the search warrant.
Right.
She put in it that about the DNA and how it was found and all this, you know, and that the Idaho State Police had let her know about the sheath being found, and she even had Dustin Blaker's. It was his sworn statement, which was almost word for word what Brett Payne's PCA was, which was, I thought, a little weird.
All I'm saying is if nothing was found in those places that she was involved in, she doesn't matter.
No, I don't think she's any more involved in it than just that. Now, there was some stuff that they said that she had some shady dealings with like a while back, but I don't know the 100% of the details on that. But I just thought it was weird how she put that in that warrant, that she let them know about the genealogical DNA stuff and how they found it, but she asked that they don't. Okay, so it says the reason for the request is that they don't shit. I'm trying to think of how they didn't want to include all of that information in the application, because if it was to get thrown out for whatever reason. So why was Don Daniels at the time of December the 29th, when she's writing this out, why would she have thought that the genealogical DNA finding would have been thrown out? I mean, did she think that it was illegally done, or there was something that wasn't right with it done, and that's the reason why? Hey, Riddler, how are you? I thought that was kind of weird how she included it, but didn't want it included. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, she wanted to let them know that it happened, but she didn't want to include it in their decision on should they get the rest or the search warrant.
I'm going to hop down and be in the chat. Thanks for having me up.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up. I hope you have a wonderful night.
Have a good evening, Avery.
All right. Bye, Avery.
Yeah.
I've literally got like 4 pages of notes. Okay. I'm trying to think of where I've left off, because I've talked about multiple things in my notes. Did I talk about the dude, the one person that was at the house and they didn't want to give their DNA?
No.
So there was one person, okay, like I said in the paperwork, it says that there was multiple people at the house that they gave their DNA, and they also took their phones and downloaded them or whatever. Well, for whatever reason, there was one person there that apparently didn't want to give their DNA. And so they ended up taking that person's DNA from a cigarette that they had left outside the house. But it's never been brought up who that person is or anything else. So we don't know who that person is.
Did they take that person's phone?
I don't know. It just said that their DNA was secretly taken from a cigarette. Hey Shane, how are you?
Yeah. I just want this thing to start because I'm tired of hearing.
I can't wait for it to start. Honestly, the trial.
I just want to start hearing facts.
Yeah, because there's so many things, especially like from the media, that came out that you know it's- they trying to think of how to put this as well without sounding rude or disrespectful to people. Um, they've put it out and some of it's turned out to not even be true. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
and it's gonna be. Wait, let me see. Let me get this question real quick. Who said that the person didn't want to give their DNA? Betty Joe, it is in the paperwork. Hold on. It's either Jay Logson. I want to say it's Jay's, but I gotta find it. Give me just 1 second. Hmm. Okay. I gotta find surreptitiously it was taken. That's the word I'm looking for in here. If I can find it. Okay, here it is. So it says, let me pull it up. Give me just a second, Betty Joe, okay? I'm gonna pull it up for you. That way y'all can see what I'm reading. Now I gotta find the thing again. And I wish it would allow me to highlight it, but it won't. Okay, so it says while this was ongoing, police were investigating many various possible suspects. Many of them provided DNA. At least one had his DNA surreptitiously taken from a discarded cigarette, meaning that it was secretly taken from the cigarette. Many also had their phones taken and downloaded. So I don't know if that person had their phone taken as well and they just didn't want to give their DNA or what. But obviously they didn't want to give their DNA or they wouldn't have had to secretly take it from a cigarette.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get back in the StreamYard now, get this off the screen. Jeff, thank you so much for that super chat. It says so many YouTubers mispronounce surreptitiously. Nice job, Scarlett. You got it right. Thank you, Jeff. I actually have to think about that word before I say it. It's a seriously tricky word. But thank you for that super chat. That was very nice of you. Okay. How would the defense know that? Betty Joe more than likely is going to be in evidence that was turned over to them. Please slow the chat a little more. Okay, give me just 1 second, Sally Mae, and I will slow it down. Okay. Oh Lord, I need to catch up in chat. You answered number one. There, number two is that it says alibi. Okay, I am so behind in chat right now. Does anyone think that BK might be the DoorDash driver?
No. That's
I
so easy to prove or disprove.
right, and I've went like with Sleuthie's thing when she came out with it. I even looked at it like her point of view of it, which makes total sense the way she was explaining it. Um, I still don't think he was though, because I just think that if he would have been the DoorDash driver, the people who worked at that restaurant, that would have been plastered all over social media.
Yep.
Shit, I hit my knee. That he was. Riddler, how are you?
Oh, doing a little better. How about you? Hi, Viper.
How you doing, Riddler?
All right.
Well, Riddler, what do you think about all this?
Well, I just jumped
Oh,
in. What are y'all going over? The new documents?
Um, was you in here the other night when I went over the documents?
No, I had bad sinus problems.
Okay.
I think lightning
Well,
took out my air conditioner, and I got to wait till Monday to technician to get out and repair it.
Oh, good Lord, it's hot down there too, ain't it?
Yes, yes.
Do you have a fan?
Yeah, yes, I do. I got a nice
Okay.
Lasco fan. Those are great.
Okay. Well, at least you're staying somewhat cool, so that's a good thing.
Right.
Okay, so I'll give you a quick recap. So, what's today? Sunday. Yes, today's the Sunday. Okay. Friday there was some documents that had came out. There was 14 total, two major ones. Um, Ann Taylor comes out with one and says that there is three unidentified male DNA sources that was found at the house. Two of them were inside of the house where the victims were located. Now, she says it like that, but it doesn't specify what part of the house. Was it in the house in the bed, one of the two bedrooms, or whatever? It just says in the house where the victims were found deceased. The other one was on a glove that was found outside of the house on November the 20th. If you remember, Chris McDonough was up at the house when police were up there, and he found a glove outside of the house, a black glove. And he had police come in and pick it up and all that. Okay, so then Jay Logston comes out with a document, and he says that there is there is no explanation for the total lack of no victims' DNA in the car, house, apartment, or office. So there, and also that there's no connection between BK and the victims. So that was like the two major things that's come out. There's like everybody was waiting on this stuff about the car to come out, and apparently there's none of the victim's DNA in his car, or his house, or his mama's house, or his office.
I guess we'll see.
And some people are thinking that they could have, how was we putting it the other night, manipulating the words or whatever,
Yeah.
as far as like what's in the thing.
They're trying to get around the gag order by putting stuff out in a court document. But
Right,
yeah,
because it's
he didn't.
as long as it's done through a court document, it then they classify that as being done before the court instead of outside of the court, before the court or in the court or however you want to say it, instead of being outside of the court, so it's not breaking the gag order.
Right, but his paperwork with all that alleged stuff he said was not signed under penalty of perjury. He
Yes.
just put it out there.
Yeah, Ann's was, his didn't have the thing on there, but I was reading because I was wondering about that. And Fofa, I'll bring you up in just 1 second, okay? I was wondering about that, with, like I said, hers has that sentence, with his didn't. But they still can't, whenever they're doing the court documents and it goes before a judge, because it goes before the court, they can't lie, because then it makes it would, if the state go ahead.
Maybe they're not lying because maybe the state hasn't given it to them yet.
And see, that's what we got to wait on, because
that's knowing they know. I'm sure that they communicate like, hey, didn't you guys have this? No, we don't have it yet. We don't have it back. But they've taken it upon themselves to try to basically throw the state under the bus and say,
well, and if that's the case and the state comes back and like basically counters what they're saying and says, okay, wait, here's what we have. I mean, it would make Jay Logston look bad, because he spoke before he had all the right information. I just don't think he's going to put anything out there that's going to ruin his reputation as far as an attorney.
I saw somebody in chat way earlier said that, yeah, I believe that Logston would ruin his reputation for this case.
I don't know. I mean, it just, for Bryan Kohberger, I mean, it is a high profile case, but why would he want to ruin his reputation on a high profile case?
We don't know what his reputation is.
Well, it makes you wonder now if the defense was right when they said we need to interview Bethany.
I still would like to know,
because
that evidence that she has.
Well, it could be something we would think is minor, but here
Yeah, it could completely be nothing.
she's trying to build a mountain to counter the evidence, which now, I mean, I heard so many people say, there's got to be DNA in that car. That's got to be the dog's hair.
I mean, I
There's got
even
to be
said it.
something at the apartment. And once that happens, his goose is cooked. And have we been told what kind of DNA is on the knife sheath yet? I mean, officially, is it touch DNA or is it blood DNA?
In the PCA, it says a single source male DNA, and then whatever it was either Jay Logston or and
Hi. So that's actually why I jumped up here, because I've got all the documents. So on page 3 of the J. Logston, the objection to the state's motion for protective order, under argument, and the third line, it says, presumably the defense is expected to accept at face value that the sheath had touch DNA, just waiting for testing by the FBI's myriad of resources. So he's stating there that it is touch DNA. So it's in the court documents now.
I knew it was at one of them. I was going to have to look through them because I couldn't remember if it was Jay Logston or Ann Taylor's document. But I knew somewhere it was stated as being touch DNA. Mm-hmm. But that's the only time I've heard it in any documents listed as touch DNA.
And we also hear that there could be some controversy over which vehicle is on the videos, right?
Because something was mentioned in one of the documents about a white vehicle at 1112 King Road, which is the house next door to the girl's house. And I do know that there is a white vehicle that was on the and some of the pictures, and it was on the Google map when you do the street view thing, of a white vehicle. It's a white Kia. And so something was brought up about that, and then it was brought up. Then it says, it was never known how it became a white Hyundai Elantra, and that's not verbatim how it was said, but it was in those words.
And they also state that the clearest picture that they had was of that car, of a white car without a front license plate, going the wrong way on, I believe it's Ridge Road. Yep.
Yes.
So what's right by Willenta.
Yeah, because I even went, because I didn't know exactly where Ridge Road was at. So not the last time I was live, I looked it up because King Scarlett was asking me about it. And Ridge Road and Willenta Drive are the same road. So I don't know if they're trying to say like Ridge Road is one direction while Willenta Drive is the other direction.
So I actually reached out to someone that I know in Moscow about it and asked specifically, is this right? Is it, one way Willenta Drive, the other way Ridge Road? And they said that no, Google Maps, if you go into other maps, like if you look at like Apple, I don't know, or if you look at even MapQuest, it'll pull it up as Ridge. Okay. And if you find some businesses that are located on that road, it is just Ridge as their address.
So Ridge Road would be the official name for that part of the road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So once you get there and you get to that like T and you turn left.
Right, because right is still Willenta, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And then left would go Ridge. Okay, because I remember seeing it on the map. It like circles around. But so
if you want to get out the south way, like if you want to go down into where they say that the car heads down, that they think that it gets out, it has to go through that road, and that part of what on Google Maps looks like it's Willenta Drive, but it's actually Ridge Road. And then onto I don't know how to pronounce that name. It's the one that's just with the C. It's like it's Constance.
Oh.
And then it gets onto that.
Is it Conestoga? Something like that.
Something like that.
Okay.
And then from there onto the highway that is, it's not a highway, but that road that would go between the two, between Moscow and Pullman. And so that's kind of like the only way to get out, other than if you were to take Taylor.
Okay, because they're saying that the car that this expert was relying on with the video, or whatever, it was going the wrong way at the wrong time. Some people are saying that that's the car that was at the gas station over on Steiner Road over there, which is a little ways down the road from where the girls are at Ridge Road and all this and that. So I'm wondering if they took, whenever the person working at that gas station called the police and let them know that they had that car on camera, did they backtrack that car?
I mean, we don't know what
Because
car that
I
is.
mean, what, like, how are they saying it's going the wrong way at the wrong time, and then everybody's saying that that's the car that they're talking about from the gas station? The only thing I can think of is that they, like backtracked on other cameras following it.
So I mean, I haven't seen anything official about the car on the camera at the gas station.
Either. I think Dateline came out and said that it was the car that was Bryan Kohberger's car and all this and that. But as far as, law enforcement coming out, there hasn't been anything like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's been confirmed either way, if it is the car, if it's not the car. But that's not on Ridge Road.
No, that's at the corner. Is it Steiner and Troy? Is it Troy Road?
I know it's on the. I don't know the name.
I think it's Steiner and Troy, I believe. But I remember though, because that was one of the times that I did watch JLR when he was up there, and he went to that store, and he drove from that store to the girl's house, and it took him 3 minutes. And on the map, it looks like it's further than that. I was thinking seriously 8 to 10 minutes, but he drove it in 3. So it's closer than what it looks like. I just don't know. The car, though, it looks like it has tinted windows and all that. I just don't know if that's Bryan's car.
Yeah, I mean, but he's also just like driving around the neighborhood allegedly, what they state in the documents is that he's driving around, so he could have passed by that gas station at some point, or he might not have.
So the biggest thing the state has going is the knife sheath with the DNA on it.
Yes.
I don't think so.
And possibly the cellular stuff, like the cellular data and stuff like that. Like I said the other night, Ann Taylor has 2 DNA experts that she's already brought on to help with this. I'm pretty sure she's going to have cellular data experts as well.
Without a doubt.
To come in and explain all this to where the people in the jury will be able to understand it.
Well, the prosecution better be having FBI experts in those fields.
I'm pretty sure they will. They'll probably have their experts as well, because even like the
CAS team that did the analysis. So the CAS team is FBI, so they'll be the ones that have to get on the stand to testify.
Right. Because the one that was identifying the car is with the FBI.
Yes. So that will also be a witness.
And he's the one that got the year wrong?
Yes. To begin with, and
nowhere near a great attorney.
He is it 35 years law enforcement experience. I believe he has 12 years with the FBI. I can't remember. I know it's in the PCA where it tells about his experience or whatever. I can't remember if there's anything else that was added after the 12 years in the FBI, but he's the one that, said that the car he believed to be a 2011 to 2013. And then at some point that I'm not sure of, he changed it up to possibly could be up to a 2016.
And that's something that they're asking for, that the defense is asking for, is to know exactly when and how and why.
I mean, I would like to know that. Because if y'all think about it, we didn't know anything about this car being past a 2013 until the PCA came out. And then all of a sudden they're naming it as a up to a 2016.
Can they look at DNA and tell how old it is?
No, you can't carbon date. Well, maybe it's really old, but no, you can't get the date.
Well,
Generally.
the reason I said that, if you're telling me they've only found 2 male DNAs other than BK's on that knife sheath, I would think with all the guys that went in and out of that place at those parties, there's got to be more DNA in that house than that.
So it's only 2, or so there's 3 unidentified other male DNA profiles.
Okay, so there's 3 unidentified males.
So
But
there's
only-
2 inside the house and one with a glove outside. And it was not Chris McDonough that found that glove, because the glove was found on the 20th. Chris McDonough was live that night. He did not talk about it because I went back to check, and he would have been talking about being in Moscow. And it wasn't until the 25th that he posted the first video of him walking around in Moscow, and then he had said that it was, I believe he was there on Thanksgiving. But yeah, so he found it, from my understanding, on the 24th.
Okay, so if he's not the one that found the one on the 20th, then that means that there was 2 gloves found in the yard.
I'm thinking that the other one came from probably behind the house.
Because where did Chris McDonough find his at?
He found it right in the front of the house, right by the trash cans.
Okay, so yeah, his was by the trash can. The other one was, they said outside the house. I don't think they
didn't say where.
Okay, I just remember outside the house. I've read so much, it's crazy trying to keep up with everything. Roger, yeah, apparently there's been 2 gloves found outside, but the one that Chris McDonough found, it could have easily been somebody trying to throw it away and it just didn't make it to the trash can. But at the same time, it's a good thing that he found it and had the police to come pick it up, and hopefully they process it. Hey, Lady Claymore, how are you?
Yeah, and it was just right on the inside of the police tape, so it could have even just been someone walking by
and just dropped it. Possibly.
Yeah.
Scarlett, Avery says, she goes, yes, the degree of RNA lost it.
Okay,
could be used to ascertain how old a sample is.
Okay. Wait, Lord, I done lost it now. Hold on. Okay, so you really, yes, the degree of RNA degradation could be used to ascertain how old. Okay. I still got to read more into this DNA stuff. I'm still trying to get past STR and IgG and all that I had to read over and over the other night. Lady Claymore, I am doing good, thank you. Okay, wait, what did J-Lord say? See, Chris found a glove by the garbage. It was on top of the snow. It was leather. Okay, I don't know why I thought the one that Chris McDonough found was like the black latex. The other was a throwaway glove that is black. Okay, thank you, J-Lord. You understand?
Well, the one that they found at his house was a black throwaway glove. But I don't know if they found, they never said what type of glove was found at the house.
Was it just like nitrate or nitrile or something?
Yes,
like
but that's what they found at his apartment.
Yeah.
But they never said what type of glove was outside of the house.
Okay. So let's just say it's a black latex glove, or like what they found in his house. I wonder if there is a way to take the glove found behind the house, the glove found in his apartment, and run them through some type of system to tell if they came from the same, like were they made at the same time. Because like if you go to the store and you buy, let's say, a box of gloves, and it's going to have those
like a lot number.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if they would be able to do that.
Like a co-conspirator.
That would be interesting to know.
Yeah, because if it was his, it would have come back with his DNA. So it's not his. So it could be if he had an accomplice, definitely.
And I kept screaming. Not saying that there was somebody else, but I have this feeling that there's someone else involved in this, and I don't know why I have that feeling. It's just like something I can't shake. King Scarlet, how are you?
Hey, how's everyone doing?
Okay, wait, I gotta cut you up, girl. I can barely hear you. Give me just a second. Oh, I got you all the way up. I can barely hear you, King Scarlet.
Okay. Is that better?
A little bit.
Hold on.
Let me cut. Hold on. I know what I didn't do. I didn't cut the fans off on my computer when I started the live. So that could be it. Give me just a second.
I'll put my iPad to my mouth.
Okay. Give me just a second. Let me cut these off. And that may be able to help me. Okay. All right. Now say something.
Hey. Better?
A little bit, but you should be good. I'll have to listen really good because I've got your mic turned all the way up.
Okay. Hi. So I wanted to ask Fofa, am I saying that right? What page it was that you read, if you could read that over one more time. I'm sorry, I was doing something else and I didn't hear.
For the touch DNA?
Yeah.
So it's in the objection to the state's motion for protective order on page 3 under argument. It's the second sentence.
Okay, I just pulled it up. Go ahead. You're talking about the second sentence.
So if you go down to the heading argument,
Mm-hmm.
In the first paragraph, the second sentence, it starts with presumably. Presumably the defense is expected to accept at face value that the sheath had touch DNA. Just waiting.
Yeah, so the first word that's on the sentence is what I was telling Scarlett Lost. That means that it's not for certain. And it doesn't mean that they're lying or anything. It's just that to the best of their knowledge with the information that they have is what the statement is regarding that. Do you get what I'm saying?
In this context, they're saying that they're just saying, you're really expecting us to just accept this at face value to the prosecution without knowing how the whole process that went through.
Right, but the first word on the second sentence is what I'm saying, that it's not for sure.
Okay, listen, y'all. I got to mute, but y'all keep going with your conversation, and I'll be right back, okay?
Hey, Lost.
Uh-huh.
I got to get up early, so I'm going to jump down.
Okay.
So you all have a good night.
All right, you too, and thanks for coming up.
Thanks for having me up.
All right, you're
Bye,
welcome.
Vapor.
Good night.
Good night, Vapor.
Okay,
night,
so King Scarlet, Riddler, and Fofa, I'm going to mute myself. Y'all just keep going with y'all's conversation, okay?
Okay.
And I'll be right back.
Well, knowing what we know now, if you're a juror, what would you think? You're in the deliberation room. Which way does the scales tilt?
There's still not enough to know which way.
Still need more evidence?
I don't know if I need more evidence, just to see what's behind the evidence that's being claimed.
So do you think there's enough evidence now to convict BK?
I don't know what exactly they have. You would have to see what's behind all of these documents because they're just throwing things like hints at us. So, and both of them started getting feisty. So,
well, I was under the impression until about, I guess, yesterday that I said, state's winning this thing hands down. And then all of a sudden, with this coming out, and I guess that's going to be the ebb and flow of a trial or a case. But now I'd have to say, the state fired back. I mean, the defense fired back because we were all expecting there's got to be some kind of DNA in that automobile. And I'll never forget Nancy Grace She was on national TV. She says, I don't care how many times you clean that car out, that DNA will be in there. Of course, she's got it.
I was even screaming that there's got to be some DNA in his car.
Yeah. And there's also, it's interesting that they bring up that they haven't provided an explanation either for why there is no DNA, meaning that they aren't saying that it had been cleaned. Because if it had been cleaned and like there was bleach
that would have
everywhere,
been an explanation for
that
it.
would have been an explanation, but there's no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence.
For not even using bleach to clean it, no other type of cleaning agents. There's just like, unless they come out with one after this, which honestly I don't see them doing, especially before they go to court on Tuesday. I mean,
unless the FBI hasn't finished processing the car.
I just read it says the state will continue to disclose additional reports it receives that are subject to discovery under something 16 and applicable case law. So they're still going to continue to give them
stuff over to them.
Yeah. Okay. I'll send that over to you. I highlighted it.
It's on it's on all the documents essentially, because they have to continue everything that gets developed. As it gets developed, they have to turn it over to the defense. Right. So there's still stuff that's going on. Like it could be that the car, they haven't gotten all of the results back. They haven't checked everywhere in the car, and there could be DNA somewhere in that car, but they haven't received that information yet. Because the FBI hasn't finished processing the car.
Yeah, so I highlighted it, and I could send it to you, Scarlett. Also, with the bleach in the car, when she says a lack of, that could also mean if there is some type of residue in the vehicle, and this is just speculation, but if it was cleaned with any type of chemicals, that could still be a factor.
But that would be an explanation for why there isn't any.
Right. Yeah. And just think though, if they were to, let's just say, excuse me, if he used bleach in that car, they're going to know it because the smell, it's going to bleach. And we saw the inside of his car. It looks like his interior is black or gray color. It's going to bleach it. If you put bleach on anything vinyl or leather, it's going to make it look white looking, like white streaks or whatever. I'm sure there's other cleaning agents that you can use, but they're going to know it. And now if they were to come out and say, okay, he used bleach or he used this kind of agent, and we believe at that time that he was cleaning the car out to try to get rid of DNA, it's going to make him look guilty.
Yeah, but I guess my point is the defense wouldn't put that in their motions or any of their paperwork. We wouldn't know.
Right. And see, that's if, okay, so what is the exact words it say? It says about no DNA being in the cars or whatever, like no explanation.
There is no explanation. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So,
no explanation
for lack of, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, for total lack of. So, if let's just say Jay Logsdon was just putting that in there to be putting that in there, but had no proof of it, the state would then consider that as a lie, and then they would just counter back on that and be like, here's the proof right here. Here's the explanation of why the DNA is not in the car. That's why I don't think he's lying about the stuff that he's putting in there. Yeah, because the state can very easily come back and prove him to be wrong and prove him to be lying.
Right, but I don't think he's lying. It's just a declaration to the best of their knowledge. Mm-hmm. That's what they're putting on there. Because they don't have everything yet, and it's all over the report. So it's just they're not they're not gonna lie. They're just
yeah, and I mean
wording it however it's best for them.
Right, and they could come back later on and let's just if they haven't finished processing the car, I don't know how long it takes to process a vehicle, but let's just say they haven't finished it yet, and then they finally get it finished, and then they get all these reports back, and then it does say that there's DNA in the car. I'm pretty sure they're going to come back and put out another thing to the court, saying, okay, that there was this, and this, or whenever they go to trial or whatever. But as of right now, I mean, I'm just going to believe that there's no DNA in the car, house, parents' house, or his office.
When did they capture his car, his automobile?
The day he was arrested.
Yeah, they got the car the day he was arrested.
It was the 30th.
Okay, so they've had it this long. They still can't come out and say, definitely, we've got DNA in that car. That belongs to
As of right now, no, they haven't. And like I said, I don't know how long it takes to process a vehicle. Hey B, how are you? Um, I don't know.
And but it's also when it's with the FBI, they kind of do it at their time. So
that is true too.
Things take a little bit longer with them.
And plus, if they're doing it very methodically, and they're taking their time on it, of course it could take a longer time or whatever. Obviously everything as of right now has to begin by October the 2nd because that's when the trial starts.
Yeah.
So I would assume whatever they don't have in as far as like reports and stuff like that the state hasn't even gotten in yet, I'm pretty sure they're going to start rolling in within the next month or so.
Yeah.
That's the hope. But it won't be the first time they get dumped with a million documents right at the last minute.
Right, that is true.
We have our heads spinning.
Yeah.
Scarlett, with the car, remember what I was talking? Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? No, the day before yesterday, right?
Okay, I can barely hear you.
Oh, with the car going the wrong way, I think we were talking about the day before yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay, I sent you something on Twitter. You could watch it in the back, and then you can tell me what you think. But I think it's when he leaves and then he comes back.
Okay, let me look real quick.
He leaves, and then is that when he's caught on camera? And then that's when he comes back, because that's when that street turns into the street that she's talking about, which is the
Ridge Road.
Yeah.
But see, okay, what did they ever say what time it was that it was caught on this road going the wrong way at the wrong time?
Nope.
No, not that I.
So it could be, yeah, but it's something that they have turned over in Discovery, which is, I guess, it's coming from something that
they are using, right? Probably. I mean.
Okay, so I see it. I'm watching the video now. 3:45.
But it was 3 passes by the house, so he could have driven past back in on that road 100 times.
And the only reason I say that is because that would be an example of how they're saying things, and it's just they're saying it in a way that it seems like he's going the wrong way, but that's when he left and then came back.
I mean, without knowing a time, I mean, yeah, it could be. I just wish they would have included a time with it. You know what I'm saying? So we would know exactly what they're talking about.
What was it? 3:45.
3:45 is when he was. That's when he was caught on the camera, or when the white car was caught on the camera at the gas station.
Yeah.
When was this trial to originally take place? What date?
October 2nd.
Yeah, October 2nd is when it starts.
No, not now, because somebody asked for a stay, right?
Well, the prelim was supposed to start today, Monday, the 26th, but because of the grand jury indictment, the prelim was then canceled. When they went to arraignment, they scheduled the trial for October the 2nd.
So I don't know. My point is with the whole car thingy, it just tells me that that's when he left. It wasn't that he was going the wrong direction. That's just me, my opinion. That's when he leaves, and he is caught on that camera, and then he comes back, and then that's when he goes and allegedly parks and allegedly goes in.
Okay. I did get the video. I watched a little bit of it, but I'll go back and watch it after I'm done tonight because I still got to answer you on your other stuff too. And I'll let you know about it because I want to pull up the document where it's talking about it. Wait, let me.
You want to know the movements of the car?
Wait, do we know? Wait, what?
Which document? I literally have them in my hands. I've got the timestamps of the
everything.
I've got the PCA.
Yeah, I'm like Keith Scarlett. We want to question everything about them.
Well, I was just scared
which
about
one?
the car because the way they said it, I was like, wait, no, like that right off the top, like I was like, no, there's something wrong with the way they're saying this. And then I watched my own video that I have, and I was like, okay, wait, yeah, that doesn't make sense how they're saying it. But yeah,
I think that one thing that it definitely could be is that it was before the time that they were saying that the car was in the area too, because there's a big gap between when he leaves Pullman and when he's allegedly first spotted in the area, according to law enforcement's timestamps. Because they've got here with that when he's leaving Pullman, he's leaving at I think it was 2:47 is when the car left, and then he doesn't appear for the first time until 3:29 on the other side, right? So, or I'm sorry, 3:26, and then he gets into the King Road area neighborhood with multiple sightings of vehicle inserting at 3:29. But if maybe there's the wrong time is not in the state's timeline and it's before, it could be. So maybe he's seeing an initial pass that they didn't account for or something like that.
Scarlett, the state's not ready to present their case, right? As of if it was tomorrow, they couldn't present it. Was that correct?
I would say probably not. Just because, well, I mean, I don't know because they were supposed to do a prelim this week. So if they would have had a prelim, they would have had to have had everything right to present.
Well, here's my
Only
point.
the things in the PCA.
Wait, what was that again, Fofo?
They would have only had to have the things that are in the PCA ready to present, but not to the extent that you would at a normal trial. So it's like a preliminary report that they would give, not a full completed report about things that are alleged in here.
Okay.
And it's a different standard of guilt, which is just more probable than not, and that he committed it, and it's the judge that decides. So it's almost like a different standard of evidence that's needed or level, if that makes sense. Because it's preliminary.
Do you think? Okay, so do you think that they're ready to go to court on October the 2nd?
Who?
You. Do you think the state is ready? Do you think the state is ready?
I think actually that it would be to the defense's advantage to push it up as quick as they can, because the longer that the state has with the evidence and time to develop things and find things, generally the longer it goes, it works towards the state's advantage. But at the same time, the defense team has so much to go through in this case that it may not be enough time and they may need more help to get through it all.
Right.
But the longer that they have, the more they're going to get. Right.
I bet all of this DNA part of all this, they've got the what's her name? Becca Barlow and Stephen Mercer, I believe is his name. Mm-hmm. I wonder if they have them going through all of it, looking it over and getting familiar with what's been turned over to them and all that. So because they're going to be put on the stand.
So what both of them are arguing is why it's necessary to have the full reports.
Right.
Why you can't just go off of. So for now, essentially their experience and knowing what has been turned over in regards to the genealogy,
the genetic genealogy.
Yeah, there we go. That DNA, the IgG, that it's based on their knowledge and their experience too, and whatever has been turned over and what the state they're making their argument and bolstering the argument of Ann Taylor of why it's necessary that the state discloses what she's asking for in her third supplemental request for discovery. And so it's like adding weight to what she's saying to say that, hey, there's legal precedence to this and there actually is value in presenting it. So the state can't just keep it.
I mean,
they allegedly don't have it.
My opinion, excuse me, my opinion is I think they need to turn it over.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. I stopped something else and I didn't mean to. But yeah, they should turn it over. I mean, if the state has such a solid case on Bryan, why not just turn over what they're supposed to turn over?
I'm wondering if it went through Ancestry.com or one of the ones that they don't have permission to be using.
Well, they did name Ancestry.com and 23andMe as like a named them as
naming that. And I was like, why are you guys doing that?
It's I think they were trying to like throw it off as it's sort of like these sites, but we didn't use those, but I really think they use those, and that's why they're trying to get it thrown out. Because why, like you said, why keep mentioning just that? There's how many different genetic genealogy sites out there that you can submit your DNA to?
2.
So there's
that law enforcement can access. That has permission to access? There are 2.
No, just any in general. Like how many of them is there?
I don't know.
More than just Ancestry.com and 23andMe though, right?
Yeah, and neither one of the state or the law enforcement can use to run the DNA to do the testing. They have to use.
Why keep mentioning them then?
GED match, or I think it's Family Tree is the other one. Those are the 2 where you can opt in.
Wasn't the GED match? Wasn't it mentioned? Where did I see that mentioned?
They said they used the GED match and they didn't use the other ones. That's what it states on there.
Okay.
With the GED match, that you don't upload the DNA, you just upload a profile that was already created.
Okay.
Who mentioned that wasn't mentioned by the defense? I'm sorry, that's the state. The state didn't say that that's who they used.
It's in I have to look it over, but they used a GED match. And it states on there, Scarlett, I don't know if you can find it where it says that they didn't use. It's right there where it says that they didn't use the 23andMe and all of those.
Okay, let me see. Hold on, I gotta find. Where is the protective order thing? Because I had another one called state's motion for protective order. Okay, so. All right, so King Scarlet, what is a word I can put into search for to bring up what you're telling me to look for? Is King Scarlet still up here?
Oh, can you hear me? GED match.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted.
All right. GED match. Let's see. All right, so it says. The user will then upload the profile obtained from their chosen service to GED Match, a free open source public aggregator that allows the user to match with people on many different sites, not only the particular service they initially chose.
What page is that on?
Okay, so this is going to be the state's motion for a protective order. It's going to be Exhibit A. So let me see what page that, because it's the second page of Exhibit A, but it's going to be page 22.
So isn't Exhibit A the court case that they're citing?
It's the ruling on the motion to compel production of discovery. And this is, yes, in the matter of Michael Green.
Yeah.
That is where it's bringing it up first. But let me Okay, so it's bringing up GD match. I think they're, yeah, it's all in that Michael Green case. It's not in the actual, like in the document that they filed. It's just in that that case. I call them example cases that they put.
Yeah, the precedent.
Yeah, but it's, what page did I tell you? 22.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be on that page, line 2.
Yeah, but
Line 1, 2.
that's a different case.
Yeah.
That used it. Mm-hmm.
Right.
And so here in, like, if you go into Piccobarlo's, they go into how they have, like, they don't know what, and into Ann Taylor's support thing and to the motion to compel, they won't say what databases that they've submitted that DNA to. They won't even tell them the name of the
lab.
The lab.
Yeah.
So, and then when the FBI took over, then there was even less transparency with it. So, I mean, I don't know if, honestly, if the prosecutor even knows where it was sent. So, but yeah, they're the only two that they're allowed to use. They're the only ones they should be using. And it's interesting that they have not explicitly stated that, but it is in the case that they use as the precedent. But
can you imagine though taking a case like this to trial, okay, and you have DNA, and you're the state, and you have DNA evidence that was sent to genetic genealogy sites in a lab, and you don't even know where they were sent to? Can you imagine?
Mm-hmm.
That would be a little bit embarrassing for the prosecutor, that it was sent, but I can't tell you where it was sent. All I know is it was sent somewhere.
But why would they mention it if they're not using it themselves? Why would they give those examples?
They don't want to use it. They want it to be excluded.
Yeah, they want it to be that's the reason for this, them wanting this protective order, but they're using, the way I'm reading it, they're using the Bryan's family tree and the names that was brought up in this family tree. They're using that as an excuse for wanting the protective order to keep those names from getting out.
Yeah, that's what the GED match does. It builds the tree.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I don't know. That's why they put the example of it, but that's what that does. You don't actually upload the DNA.
Why? I mean, couldn't the FBI went a different route with this DNA and found out who it belonged to? I mean, we're talking about the FBI here. Is this the only way they have that they use DNA that they don't know who it belongs to find out who it belongs to?
I mean, they generally don't do this. This is like new it's been used a lot for cold cases, but it's in in active cases right now.
Uh-huh.
It's not really something that's been used, and that's why they're trying to just say that it was a tip to lead it to law enforcement.
Right. Yes.
And
now,
the other interesting thing about that case that is cited at the bottom there, it's I think Piccobarlo brings it up, is that actually in that motion that the defense is trying to get it excluded, not the state. So there's a pretty big difference there, or the motive behind it, right? It's interesting that, the defense is asking them to exclude the cold case hit or the cold hit, as opposed to, the defense, as opposed to in this case, the state wants it hidden. Why?
I don't know. This case is very interesting. Is anybody hearing like a background noise, or is it just me?
There's a little bit of an echo.
Okay. Bullish, how are you?
Do you hear it now when I mute
Okay,
it?
I don't know what just happened or why my page just switched. Hold on, y'all. Oh shoot. Nope, that ain't right. And we lost Riddler. Okay, no, I don't hear it now.
It's probably with me. Do you hear it now?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Can you still hear it, Fofo?
Yeah, I heard it for a second at the end,
Okay.
but I have to go to bed, so it was good talking to you guys.
Okay. Well, thank you
thanks
for
for-
coming out and
Yeah.
explaining all that.
Oh yeah, and thanks for letting me. So
Oh, you're welcome.
talking it out with me. I appreciate it.
Okay,
Have
no
a great
problem.
night.
Have a good you too.
Bye. Good night.
Bye. It was nice to meet you guys.
You too. Okay. I'm Megan L. How are you? I was trying to think there for a second what I was supposed to be doing. I don't know what Riddler must have got knocked off or something. Oh shoot! What is a Fraggle? Sally Mae, I have no idea. King Scarlet, do you know what a Fraggle is?
No.
Sally Mae, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Sit through hell at the trial. It's hard. Kim, yeah. I do remember Mrs. Gonzalez saying that the days when they're going to be showing the bad stuff, she's not going to be there. Just Anne, be safe, okay? I know some of these storms out there tonight are supposed to be really, really bad. I don't know. This case is just. I really don't know what to say about it. I'm gonna be honest. I want to say weird, but it's interesting. Like the stuff that's being put out in these documents. Um, a learning experience for.
I think a lot of people are just taking it like I see a lot of back and forth on Twitter, and it has people like just going at each other's throats.
Uh, yeah, there's been a lot of bad stuff on Twitter regarding this. People, like you said, going at each other's throat and all that. There's a lot of people on Twitter that if you don't agree with them, they don't like you and will treat you badly because you don't agree with them, which is ridiculous. You know, it's if everybody agreed with everybody, the world would be boring. And they say a lot of nasty stuff to each other on there. So can we get 150 more likes? Yes, Michelle, we need 150 more likes, y'all. It shows that we currently have 159. Kim, yes. Hey, Deline, how are you? Brown, how are you? See, that's why I like it here because we all agree. Exactly, Betty Joe. Anybody here can have their own opinion and they don't have to worry about getting bashed. You don't have to agree with everybody.
I think your opinion, you know, it's not so weak that you can hear a different perspective.
Okay, wait, I can barely hear you.
Am I going in and out?
It's no, it sounds like it's steady. It's just you're super, super low, and I've got your mic cut like all the way up.
Okay. Can you hear me, or do you want me to drop down? I could drop down.
Do you want to drop down and try to come back up and see if that helps?
Yeah, I'll do
that. Okay, I'll put the link back out for you. Okay. All right, Riddler, you back?
Riddler's back. Going back what we were talking about earlier on the genealogy. There's a difference between when law enforcement wants the information and when a judge signs a warrant. I don't care what company it is. If that judge signs a warrant, they got to hand it over.
Exactly.
Now, if police ask for it, and of course,
they can deny it because there's
right. They'll say, no, we have a policy, but policy does not override the law. And once that judge signs that warrant, it's got to be handed over.
Oh,
So I
yeah.
don't care where he went to get this tested or where they found it from. That judge's warrant supersedes everything.
Exactly. I mean, why, if they're going to do it and they know that it's going to be put out that they've done it and they've done it this way, why hide where you done it at? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's
And the thing about it is, and I can understand why the state is asking for an alibi, which the defense will turn over if they want to. Now, if they don't turn an alibi over, that means they can't present one in the courtroom. So
right.
they have to present. They have, I think, 14 or 15 days. Hope I'm right. They have to.
I think that's what it is, because I remember saying something about that before, and I remember Sleuthy had left me a comment, and she said it was either 10 or 14 days, because I couldn't remember, and I was trying to go back and find it, and she had left that.
But the defense is saying, here, you want an alibi, yet you won't turn over evidence.
Yeah.
Everything's so vague. It's real cloudy. You're not being transparent here. And
Yeah,
we want to see how. I mean, they have to have all the DNA. That car has to be broke down to parade rest. It doesn't take but 2 weeks
sure.
to get a DNA result. I mean, I assume get them faster, but I've never seen them go over 2 weeks in a crime lab. And this is going to get priority.
Yeah, and it's already been. Let's see, he was arrested December the 30th. That's also the day that they got the car. So we're looking at next Friday being 6 months. Is that right?
Was it 6 or 7?
Let's see, December. Yeah, 6 months. It'll be December the 30th. I mean, I'm sorry, not December. He was arrested December 30th. June the 30th would be 6 months since he was arrested. So they've had the car for 6 months. It seems like they should have already gotten all of it back, all of the reports and the results and everything, and then turn all of those over to. And wait a minute, hold on, wait, because I remember writing this down now. Okay, on May the 4th, the defense asked about the DNA for the parents' home and the car, and the trash receptacles and all that. Remember the trash cans and everything. May the 12th. The state let the court know that they have sent over the lab reports regarding the forensic evidence collection and analysis for the items for the car, the parents' home, and the trash. So they've done sent all that over. So that's how they know for 100% fact there's no DNA, no victim's DNA in the parents' house, the car, his apartment, or his office. Because they don't let them know that the state let the court know. And I'm glad I just thought that I remember writing that down. So the state has done let the court know that they've done sent all that over. So there's not going to be any coming back later on saying, well, we've got more reports and there is DNA in his car, because they've already got it all back and sent it over to the defense. See, this is addressing the 512 state's response to the motion to compel discovery. Thank you, Kelly. And that's probably the one that I had wrote the information down on. And I'd actually, did you say 512? So yeah, May the 12th. That's the one I wrote down, and I wrote it down on the back of one of my pages of notes. I'm glad I just thought about it. So yeah, there's not going to be any, like I said, later on the state coming back and saying, no, there's evidence of DNA in the car. And here's how we know, because they've then turned it all over to them. Grand jury report is secret, and DA can follow it or ignore it. Kelly Dum, how are you? Bryan could be a twin. His dad sent the others. No, Bryan's not a twin. I mean, if that came out, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. But yeah, he's not a twin. Okay, Brown, one more time, and you're gonna be blocked. Mariah, is that person bothering you? Because that scene where he tagged only your name a minute ago, is he bothering you? I think the state, it turns a lot of evidence over this week, and then the turn in did it Friday. Okay. All right, give me just 1 second, Mariah. You blocked him? Okay. Mariah, troll blocked him. Okay. Now, where was I? Let me get back to my notes here. All right, so we can mark out that there's no evidence. We've talked about that as well. There's no explanation. So there would have been some type of explanation. They would have been like, okay, he cleaned his car out with bleach or some type of cleaning agent. I don't know what other kind of cleaning agent they have that would clean up DNA, but I'm sure there's got to be something. Just because, they have like the, what do they call them? I don't want to say cleanup crews. What is the people that go into like crime scenes, like a crime scene cleanup person? I can't think of the name of them. But anyway, I'm sure they have cleaning agents that can clean that type of stuff up. And there's no explanation for the reason why there's no DNA in his car. So let's see.
So there's no DNA in the car so far we know? Nothing that we know of.
No, there's none at all because on May the 12th, the state came in and let the court know that they had sent over all the lab reports regarding the forensic evidence of collections and analysis for the car, for his mama's house, for his house, and for his office. So they've already got it all. And Jay Logston is one of Bryan's attorneys, and he's the one that put that out in a document Friday about there being no DNA. There's no explanation for the total lack of the victim's DNA not being in the car and all this and that. So they can't. Him putting that in there, the state can't come back later on and say Jay Logston put that in a court document, but he's lying, and here's our proof. Because they've sent all that off to the defense in May. So Jay Logston knows that there's no DNA in the car because they've already got all that evidence, reports and all that. So it's not like I said, they can come back later on and say, oh yeah, we didn't get all the reports back, but here's a new report and here's the results. And you know what I mean? Let's see. Callie Dum, I hope you're having a good night as well. Hey, Julie, how are you? Okay, so Julie says, my husband details cars and he uses hydrogen peroxide to clean up blood. Okay. So if they were to do a test, let's just say with hydrogen, if Bryan would have used hydrogen peroxide, they would have been able to tell if there was something done, because just blood in a floorboard of a car, it's going to seep down. If it's on the seats, it's going to sink down into the seat cushion. And the only way he would be able to get that out is he would literally have to tear the floorboard up and replace it and replace the seats.
And didn't we look the other day when I asked a question of were the seats made of leather, vinyl, or were they cloth?
I believe they're cloth. Whenever he was stopped the 2 times in Indiana, and looked to me and somebody else, and I don't remember who it was, had sent me an email that night after I'd ended that live. And they said that whenever he was pulled over, they went back and watched the body cam footage, and it looked like the seats were clogged. So if he would have had blood on him and got it on his seats, it would have soaked down into the cushion part. You know what I mean, of the seat. He would have literally had to replace the entire seat for there not to be anything in there. So I don't know how that's possible for someone who murders 4 people like this, and not get the victim's DNA in their car. Like, how does someone do that? Let me see who else. Bryan's own sister posted it. Wait, Adjusted Fate. Are you talking about the thing that was posted about Bryan and Brent Kohberger being together? Is that what you're talking about? And I forgot exactly how it was worded, but it was like not a super long post, but talking about them being out behind the house and what they were doing and all that. Because if that's what you're talking about, I'm gonna be honest with you. Whoever wrote that, I don't think they were in the United States, because I don't think there's anybody in the United States that says that the battery on their phone is flat. I think that's like a UK thing, if I'm not mistaken. So you need cleaning agent will cause it to run down and spread out. All right, so if y'all have not hit the thumbs up, could y'all take just a second to go do that, please? Shows we've got 315 people in here tonight, Riddler.
Yeah, please smash that thumbs up. It benefits us more than the creator of the channel.
Helps get the
algorithms.
Out in the algorithm, and more people can see it and all that.
Makes it easier to find you when you're coming on at night.
Right.
What time you start? Is it live now? It's going to be live in 30 minutes. Mm-hmm. You have to go dig through all the other ones.
Now, it is kind of crappy, though, that some people, they're saying that they're not even getting my notifications until like 10 minutes after I go live.
That happens with me, and it happens on other channels as well.
Oh, okay, so it's not just mine then.
No, I think this creators thing and these channels got bigger than what YouTube expected.
Oh, that could be it.
Just my opinion. Sometimes business grows faster than you can. Management can control it.
Can keep up with it, yeah.
And that's a good thing. It's a good problem.
That is true. See, Illusion said they don't get anyone's notification. I know some people saying that they're getting mine, like they'll get it like the 30-minute one, and then they won't get it whenever I go live until like 10 minutes later. Some people don't get it at all. Only thing honestly I know to do is to hit, hey Rita, how are you? Is to hit the bell, like turn the bell off and then turn it back on. That's the only thing I know to do to see if it will help you.
And I hit the one that says all, ALL.
That's any of them that I get notifications for. That's what I always hit is all. Let's see. Rita says, good evening, everyone. I like an explanation from BK of what he was doing during the time that he left his apartment around, where did the comment go? Oh, here it is. Around midnight and returned around 5:30 a.m. on the 13th. Rita, I think everybody would. I think there's a lot of questions that people have that they want explanations for. One juror, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. No notifications on any channels, all the chats and StreamYards glitch. Hopefully, Gina Marie, I do know that YouTube is, they've been doing like some upgrades and stuff like that. So that may have something to do with it. Maybe once they get it all worked out and all the kinks worked out and all that, um, it'll make it better and everybody will get it. Maybe I need to start putting it on my community page too when I'm gonna go live. That way everyone would know. Okay, let me see what my next item. So I went over the Don Daniels thing, so I can mark that whole page out. Okay, so another fact in this whole case of craziness is the timeline has changed. I don't understand why it would change or why the cops would come out in the very beginning and say that the murders happened between 3 and 4, and then all of a sudden, once the PCA come out, it changes to 4 to 5 or between 4 and 5.
Well, they weren't following evidence and science. Once they start getting those cell phone records, and once they got, well, they had to have Dylan's statement. I mean, I don't know what day they gather Dylan's statement.
I would
where
think
she stood in a freeze and she heard this and saw that.
I would think, but okay, so like we know that Jack D was interviewed on November the 13th. That was in the PCA. So I would think that if him not living in the house, only an ex-boyfriend of one of the victims is, and I do understand that usually at that, when something like this happens, the first people they look at is the boyfriend or the spouse or ex-boyfriend, whatever. But I would think that if he was interviewed on November the 13th and he didn't even live there, then Dylan and Bethany being in the house when it happened would have been interviewed on November the 13th as well. So they would have had at least that little bit of a timeline where they said that that all the victims were at home by 2 and asleep, or at least in their rooms by 4. And so if they would have had that, hey Jeremy, how are you? If they would have had that on the 13th, what made them think that the murders happened between 3 and 4? That's what I'm not. And maybe I'm thinking too much into it. It just seems like they would have been like, okay, well then if that's the case, then it had to have happened after 4 a.m. On YouTube settings, account notification, get notification on this browser. So I don't know. There was a lot of stuff that came out on the very beginning. They cleared people super quick. They claimed that during evidence that they collected during their investigation led them to believe that it was a targeted attack. There was no danger. Like there was a lot of stuff that was put out that didn't make sense in the very beginning of how they came to that conclusion. And this is one of them with the timeline.
That was the most shocking thing I've heard in the whole case. And it was on that day when they said there was no danger. I
would have, like, how do you tell a college town that, okay, 4 people, 4 of your college classmates, your friends, have just been murdered? We don't have a suspect. We don't know who it is. We're investigating it. We don't really know what time it happened or why, but there's no danger to you and of you. Like, how do you tell kids that? How do you tell anybody that in a community? It just, misbehaving. It don't make sense. I don't get. If I was a parent of a student there, I would have been questioning, like, how do you know that? How do you? Are you 1,000% sure that my kid's not in danger while they're at your college? If you can't tell me 1,000% that you are sure, then I don't need to be sending my kid to your college.
Well, when I found out there was no campus police, I was shocked.
The little bitty. Well, I'm not from the town. I just go to this town a lot, but it's the town where Northwestern State University is at in Louisiana. It's not that big of a college. The town's not that big, but they got campus police at it. It's not as big, I don't think, as well. Maybe the town is a little bit bigger than Moscow, but Northwestern isn't as big as U of I, and they've got campus police. Okay, Tad, give me just 1 second, and I'll do the poll.
The junior college down the street from my house has campus police.
Why would they not have? How many cops is it that Moscow Police Department has? It's not very many. You have that small of a police force with a town of between 25 and 26,000 people.
Well, they might have worked out a deal where Moscow Police Department got state funding for extra police officers in case there's problems at the campus, and we'll handle it from there.
It could be.
And I don't know if they patrol the campus.
Yeah, I think so. I do know, because like I said, I watched that. I don't remember the YouTube channel, but it's the two kids that go around the U of I campus and they're asking like stupid questions to people to get just stupid answers. I remember it was, I'm assuming like a security company that they had contracted, the campus had contracted with or whatever, but security had came up and told them that they're getting complaints from people based off the questions that they were asking or whatever. And I don't remember seeing like a Moscow Police Department officer. I just remember seeing just like a campus security, like black shirt, black pants, that type of thing. Altered Soul, have a good night. Okay, all right. So I'm fixing to do a poll, y'all. And I want you to base your answer off of all the information that we have heard from the court documents only, not from YouTube channels and news stations or anything like that. Court stuff only. That's what I want y'all to base your answer off of on this. I'm going to put court documents. I'm going to put legal document. Okay. Ask your community. All right, so now the poll is out. And like I said, just base it only on what we have read. And I went over every court document except for I think 4 that I'm going to go over tonight before I end it because they're like super short. So just base it off of, wait, Tonka, what is 3? I guess I should have put not sure. I didn't think of it. I can't redo it. It won't let me edit it. I know, Lady Claymore. I should have put that 3rd option, so I do apologize. See, a week ago it was 85% guilty. Family and friends, I'm going to be honest. Before I read these court documents Friday, I thought this was the person. I still think he has something to do with it. I don't think he's completely innocent in this. But I'm starting to question some things now.
Can you imagine if we have a hung jury and he's acquitted? Does that mean he walks free?
People
I
will
know,
have. There's going to be some people that's going to be very upset. Honestly.
I know they can always retry him, but if he gets out of this on an acquittal,
Wait, say that again, Riddler. It sounded like you were breaking up.
okay, say he gets out of this on an acquittal, does he get to walk? Are they going to leave him locked up, or is he going to walk free?
Um, I don't know. Acquittal. I think you get to go free, right? Let me look up the definition of that.
Of course, they can always retry it.
I think on acquittal you walk free. I don't think they keep you. So let me get the actual. Okay, so an acquittal is finding by a judge or jury that a defendant is not guilty of the crime charged. So yeah, he would go free. So and that was the actual Google definition of it. Hey, Queen of Hearts, how are you? Can he go back to school? Astro, I don't know how WSU would handle that because as of right now, they told him that he is no longer allowed on the campus. Um, I don't know if WSU would allow him to or not. If he's
Well, he had other problems besides this case. Didn't he have some interaction with some students and another teacher
yeah, it was the
or an instructor, I guess you would call it?
it was one of the professors that he was a TA for. Is he was having a couple of different issues. So based probably off of that, if they did let him back on um the campus to go to school, like if he was found not guilty and he was free and clear of all charges, they might would let him finish up his PhD program. Maybe I don't know what their stipulations are because there could be some PhD programs. It's like if you get in trouble and get a felony, even though you're clear of the charges, he still had legal issues. I wonder if they would let him back into that program. I mean, honestly, would he want to go back to the program though? To that one anyway? Because you go back to that campus, you've already had issues with a professor that you were a TA for. So you're not going to get your TA job back. Uh, all these students have watched everything about this case, and you go back to this campus and their rumors are going to fly. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he would even want to go back. Liza says he could sue WSU if he is acquitted. I don't know.
Well, he's got so many complaints from students and
Right.
that other instructor. It had nothing to do with this case, so we're told.
Yeah, the issues that he was having with the professor. Is that what you're talking about? That wasn't with this case.
Yes.
No, it was something to do with the way he was. What did they call it? Was it his behavior? Is that the word that they used? I can't remember the exact word that was used or whatever, but there was something that they had said like that they were having. It was like a disciplinary type thing that they had set up for him. He was supposed to work at it and get better, and he didn't. Um, Troll, thank you so much for being a member for 9 months. Hold on just a second, Riddler. I need to mute for just 1 second.
Yeah, Julie Bailey. She said if he's innocent, his life is ruined. Yeah, it seems every one of them that's gone through this ordeal, even when they're found not guilty, they're found not guilty, their life is ruined. When juror matters, you're a gator. Same here.
Okay, I'm back. Okay. All right, y'all. So I'm trying to keep up with everything that's going on in the chat, back and forth. Can everybody just please get along with each other? Agree to disagree. See, his life is over regardless of if he did it or not. Stephanie, I would think that if he was found not guilty, I mean, obviously, like he would have to leave the state of Idaho the day that the verdict came in, because he really wouldn't have anywhere to stay. And if they put him up at a hotel, people would find out where he was at, uh, and would be bothering him. But honestly, I mean, it would probably be hard for him to get a job anywhere, just because of the publicity that this case has gotten. So disciplinary action has to go to the entire department, and all of the teachers met with the dean. Queen of Hearts, it was something like that, and there was some type of I don't think it was a program, but it was they had put together, I guess it was maybe some steps that he was supposed to try to do or something to get better and to do better, and he didn't. And so that's where it kept stemming from, that he wasn't, like, him and the professor were still having issues. I think there was issues with him and some of the students. I think some of the students had complained about how he was grading their paper, like the female students versus the male students. Hey, True Seeker, how are you? I think it was like just a combination of a bunch of stuff. And that's what it had all boiled down to, basically. And like I said, that came out not long after he was arrested. So I can't remember everything that was said in that whole little situation. Hey, Agape Love, how are you? Okay. Let's see. There are so many people who have slandered and defamed him without disclaiming their words, that if he is found to be an innocent, he can sue them and never work again, in my opinion. I mean, Brad, what's to say that if he's found, and I'm not saying he's going to be found not guilty, but what if he ends up being found not guilty, and all of these news stations have put stuff out about him that wasn't right, that was completely wrong? All right, y'all. So can we stop? Just for the mods, just stop removing their comments.
If they don't like each other, block each other.
I will go back tonight and read the chat and see what was said. So y'all don't worry about removing them. Okay, let's see here. And if anybody else in chat is not getting along with each other outside of the mods, just block the other person in chat so you can't see what they're saying instead of arguing back and forth. Peppermint Tea, how are you? Probably wouldn't need a job because the media in all forms would be bidding to get the exclusive. I didn't think about that, Peppermint Tea, but yeah, they would probably pay big bucks just to get an interview with him. So in a criminal trial, he doesn't have to prove him innocent, but with the trial of public opinion, he does. What makes me wonder if the family of the victims can file a wrongful death suit. Well, Jeremy, you know that the Gonzalez family and Maddie's family have did tort claims. Basically just putting it out there that if they choose to, they can do a lawsuit, and it's for WSU, U of I, Idaho State Police, and the Moscow Police Department, and they actually have 2 years to do it.
Even the families can see the problems with this case.
Oh, wait, where'd Riddler go? Hold on, Riddler. I'm putting the link back out for you. Oh, are you back? Hold on. You ain't got a. You got your camera on. Okay, there you go. All right. Okay, so, J Lord, I know the mods have asked you to please stop. I'm asking you now to please stop. I've said that I will go back and read the chat tonight. So I'm asking you now to please stop. Okay, you back, Riddler?
Yeah, I'm back on.
Okay. Tonka, okay, honey, that's fine. Okay. I thought I had kicked you off because I went to hit my unmute button. Right when I hit it, you dropped off.
I didn't know if you heard my last comment. I was trying to say that even the two families have seen problems.
Yeah. If you remember Mr. Gonzalez, I don't remember his exact words, but he came out in the very beginning and was talking about the way the investigation was going and everything. So I don't know. Honestly, you can't blame them for putting the tort claim in because this is their babies, even though they were 21 when they passed. Still, they're babies. They want to make sure that they get the justice that they deserve. So really can't blame them for putting that in there. Because if we all see it, then the victims, the families see the issues that went on in this case. Good Lord. There's always craziness going on in my house, y'all.
Was that your puppy?
I don't know. Oh, the kitten scratched the dog in the face. Oh my God. Like the little bitty kittens, if y'all remember that Troll and my son brought in like a month and a half, 2 months ago. So yeah, one of them scratched Klaus. He's probably just wanting to play with them. He doesn't understand that. Like sometimes they'll play with him, and then sometimes they're just like, "Leave me the hell alone. I want to sleep." And Klaus wants to play. See the tort. Wait. The tort filed by the Gonzalez's and Maddie's family says a lot. Maybe we'll go forward if he is found not guilty due to the negligence of the investigation. Agape love. I told my husband that if for some reason he gets off of this or walks or found not guilty or just whatever the reason, I think that's when they will move forward with the lawsuits. Because at that point, I mean, they're going to be looking at something wasn't done right. Yes, it's me. You're talking about that noise? That was my little bitty kitten scratching my pit bull. Geez, 300. I'm the Queen of Hearts. I know we actually have 309 in here with only 191 likes. Come on, y'all. I know y'all can do better. Got to get the likes up so we can get it out into the algorithm. We can get more people in the chat with us.
Yeah, see, the defense is holding the prosecution to the fire because they don't want it to be a paradigm. Well, that's the way we've always done it, even though the law was written out like this.
Mm-hmm.
When it says, I want the evidence, I want all the evidence. Don't hand me this partial stuff.
Yeah, I mean, she's already had she's did so far 4 supplemental discovery requests, or how did I think it was a 4th one. Okay, she did 3 motions to compel. And how many? See, that's his defendant's second motion to compel. There's the third. She did 4 motions. Yeah, 4 motions to compel, and she did the defendant's third motion. Okay, no, that was the third one. She's then asked for the discovery 4 times. Also, defendant's 4th a supplemental request for discovery. So, and this is stuff that she's including in like the 4th one that was in the 1st and 2nd one that they haven't sent to her yet. Astro, yes, you can ask a question. Okay, J Lord, look, I have done asked you to please stop. I told you I would go back and I would read the chat tonight. I'm done with it. Okay. Does anyone want some Whataburger? No, Astro. I'm out on the Whataburger. Riddler may want some, but I don't.
I love Whataburger.
I don't like it.
They're not all around the country, are they? They're only in a few select areas.
I know they're in Texas. I don't know what other states.
Well, they're here in Florida also.
I don't know. We have them here too, but I don't like their food.
All I know is when we were on the road, the boys would say they saw Whataburger and they saw the other fast food chains. They would always say, "Go to Whataburger."
Yeah, I've ate there like once, and I didn't like it. Hey, Bullets, how are you? I see a lot of what she's asking for may not be done. Oh shoot, hold on, I gotta find it. Where did it go? A lot of what she is asking for may not be done being processed, so Anne is just filing to create public doubt. Some of it that could be true. There could be some that the state hasn't gotten back yet. Hey Froggy, how are you? So some of it though, I mean, they should be getting everything back in though, because they're coming up on a time where like it's getting close to the trial time, and they need to get everything over to her so she can get through all of it. Because if he is the one who done it, you don't want this being able to come back and say, look, I've asked and asked and asked for the state to send me the stuff, and they haven't sent it to me, and now I don't have time to prepare a defense. I would like it to be thrown out, and that's what possibly could happen if the state doesn't do their part. If they're 1,000% confident that this is the guy who done this.
Yeah, okay, I mean the state has the they gathered evidence from what, 5 months ago?
It's been
maybe 6,
7. It's been 7.5 months now since the murders happened. So they've been collecting evidence since the start.
Right. When did they gather? When was the warrant for the vehicle and the apartment? That's gonna be the 2 big.
That was December the 29th. Is when they obtained the warrant, and then the warrant was served on December the 30th. So yeah, all of like his arrest warrants for Pennsylvania, the car warrant, the apartment warrant, the office warrant, all of those were obtained the 29th and then served on the 30th.
And it's not just like 2 or 3 people are doing all this at the Moscow Police Department. They've got the state in there working with them. They got the FBI. This does get gathered, sent off to labs, brought back.
Yeah. Because if you think about it, on the 27th is when the trash was collected in Pennsylvania. The 28th, it was sitting in Idaho, and they were getting a DNA off of it, and figuring out that that DNA belongs to the biological father of the sheath DNA. The 29th, they requested uh, the arrest warrant, and then on the 30th at 1:30 in the morning, the arrest warrant was served. So it went by super quick in just a matter of a few days.
Did you see that article I sent you about Idaho's one of the few states that can destroy evidence?
Did I saw where you had sent one article to me. Hold on. Let me see if you sent another one after that one.
There was a inmate, because DNA is better tested now. He wants to get the test that's got him convicted, I guess, for life. And they can't because they destroyed all the evidence. And to come find out, Idaho's one of the few states where once they gather the evidence, they don't have to preserve it.
Okay, so it's the no evidence retention law in murder cases exists in Idaho. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I hadn't opened it yet. Let's see. Let me pull it up, and I will read it real quick. Okay, and when did this? Okay, so it came out in February of 2019, but I'm sure it's still in effect. And let's see, hold on. I'm gonna hide me and you on StreamYard real quick. It just makes it easier for everybody to see it. Okay, so no evidence retention law in murder cases exists in Idaho. So, crime scene tape, a red and blue police lights, a law enforcement on scene, all common sights of a murder case. You might assume that it's laws to preserve what's gathered in these cases, but in the state of Idaho, there's nothing guaranteeing that. Oh, damn. Let me slow the chat down real quick, Riddler, before I finish reading this, because I'm sitting here looking at it in the corner of my eye, going by like super quick. Okay. Okay, Gordon, I'm going to tell you too. The deal with what was said with Tonka and J-Lord is over with. If you don't like that, you can exit stage left. But the conversation is over. Quit coming in my chat, trying to be rude and disrespectful. God, people today just ain't got nothing better to do. Okay. All right, so there's no guaranteeing that. Some experts say that Idahoans should have a right to be concerned. It is a missed opportunity that they could have incredibly grave consequences if governments fail to preserve biological evidence, said Rebecca Brown, a director of policy at the Innocence Project. Right now, the Gem State does not have any laws requiring evidence to be preserved in a murder case. Why would a state not preserve evidence in a murder case? So this means illegally it can be destroyed. That's ridiculous. Like, why would they allow something like that?
Well, now you know why their school's called the Vandals.
That is so crazy. You would think. I mean, on it, and this is nothing against people. If there's anybody in here that's from the state of Idaho, but why would you want to live in a state where they don't that legally they don't have to preserve the evidence in a murder trial? That's crazy. Okay, you know what, you little, you're gone. You're not gonna come in here and be a smartass to me and question what I do on my channel. I said that I would go over the chats, but don't come in here being rude to people in my chat. So Artemis Gordon is now blocked. So just mods, heads up that the trolls are ascending on us.
Well, you know who the original Artemis Gordon is, don't you?
No, I don't.
He played in a series called The Wild Wild West. He was a Secret Service agent.
Oh, okay.
It was a high-rated show back in the late 60s, I believe it was.
Learn something new every day. Okay, so Betty Jo says, does it say before the case or after the case that they don't preserve it? Betty Jo, I might not have got that far, but Riddler, you've read this whole article, right?
Yes, I believe it's after the case. And if you keep going down, you'll see further things.
Okay, so as long as the case is active, do they preserve the evidence?
It appears as long as it's active, they're keeping it. But once a person has been found guilty, they have thrown some evidence away.
Okay.
And one of the complaints was because there's better DNA testing now and they've got better labs, they can find out who if you're reading about so many people being released now. And this guy wants to get released and he finds out that they destroyed the DNA.
Okay. All right, so let me see, where did I leave off at? All right, so right now the Gem State does not have any laws requiring evidence to be preserved in a murder case. This means legally it can be destroyed. Greg Hampikin, probably pronouncing the name wrong, Boise State University professor and Idaho Innocence Project director, is considered one of the foremost forensic DNA experts in the United States. He played an instrumental role in the acquittal of the American exchange student Amanda Knox. He also worked on a number of cases here in Idaho. He says that he doesn't believe law enforcement officers here are carelessly throwing away DNA swabs or murder weapons. He says that he sees the opposite. The cases that I've worked on this has been a major problem, he said. There's always, they can't keep everything, and you wish that there were more evidence, but they're holding on. I've looked at evidence in the state that's 20 to 25 years old, and I haven't seen a big problem with what they're doing. So why then is there a concern about the lack of law? The main concern is this: how evidence is handled in these cases and how long it's retained could be different across the different cities in the state. It's simply no longer acceptable that there not be uniform standards across the state with how to preserve biological evidence, says Brown. She says, and not having this law not only harms those who are innocent behind bars, but also law enforcement officers who are trying to solve cold cases. Brown said laws across the nation are a bit of a mix when it comes to how they preserve evidence. Brown was one of several members of the 2015 National Technical Working Group on Biological Evidence with the National Institute of Standards and Technology and the National Institute of Justice. She says the group comprised of law enforcement officers, lawyers, scientists, and nonprofit members came up with multiple recommendations on the best practices to preserve evidence. And while each state law varies, roughly the number breaks down like this. Idaho is only of 8 states that do not have a law with evidence preservation in a murder case. 17 other states have laws, but are considered by the standards of this working group to be too restrictive. The remaining 25 states have laws that roughly meet these standards, and Brown says states that automatically retain evidence in murder cases permanently serve its citizens best. Let me check the chat real quick. Thank you, one juror. Let's see. It says where there is a viable claim, excuse me, of evidence, and there's no opportunity to test the evidence connected to the case, and nobody benefits, says Brown. Not the original victim of the crime, because the wrong person's behind bars, and obviously the wrongfully convicted person, their victim, and their community is harmed massively, and the public safety is harmed. And without these laws, Hampikin says, there's a possibility of grave consequences. So if you trust your government to always be right, then you have no worry, he says. But the fact of the matter is, we've had several thousand exonerations in this country. We've had over 120 people freed from death row who were innocent. And so even when it's taken the most seriously, mistakes are made. One of these mistakes happened to a Maryland man, Kurt Bloodsworth. I was just an innocent man in a jail cell waiting to pass away, he says. Bloodsworth was found guilty of the murder of a young girl near his home, a murder that he did not commit. Sitting in his cell reading, he says he found out about a new form of DNA testing which he was certain would prove his innocence. However, he says prosecutors told him that the evidence in the case was inadvertently destroyed. He says that the evidence was later discovered in a judge's chambers. It led to him being freed and the real killer being charged in the crime, and he credits the saved evidence for saving his life. No state, no principality, no government should destroy evidence about a case, especially things like blood evidence or semen samples, he says. Bloodworth says that Idahoans should be very concerned with the fact that their law doesn't guarantee that the evidence will be preserved. So if it could happen to me, an honorably discharged Marine with no criminal record or criminal history, it could happen to anybody in America, he says. So you've got to preserve the evidence, Idaho, or it could happen to one of your citizens. Eric, have a good night, and thank you for coming and hanging out with us. So yeah, if you have a murder case and you have someone sitting behind bars, there's always a chance that they could be innocent. So why would the state not want to preserve the evidence? Because what if something later on down the line comes up and they go back and they test it, and the person that they have sitting in jail ain't even the person who done it?
And see, they had a case similar to that. Thank goodness they preserved it was a blood spot they had. If you remember, his name was Robert Crane. He played Colonel Hogan in Hogan's Heroes.
I remember the show, but I don't know who the guy is.
Okay, well, he was found in his bedroom, deceased. And he probably looked like one of those girls in the Idaho case. And nobody knew who murdered him. But they did find one little blood spot, and they preserved it. And everybody thought it was his best friend, because he started getting away from his best friend. And now Bob Crane wasn't some innocent guy. He was out with a different girl every night, and he was real heavy into pornography.
Mm-hmm.
So, but everybody was blaming that one guy. Well, probably about, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, they tried the DNA on it, and it proved that it was not him that committed it. And for a long time, everybody was pointing fingers at this one guy that killed this famous movie star.
I mean,
so yeah, I would preserve everything. I mean, they've got all the room in the world.
I mean, if you're in jail and you're really innocent, and then they don't preserve the evidence, how would you prove that you're innocent? Like, if let's just say another person ended up being arrested for a different crime, but their DNA was ran, and somehow it came back to being connected to the crime that you're accused of, but they didn't preserve your stuff. You see what I'm saying? It should be a standard operation that if you have a murder case, you preserve everything. Seriously. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll now.
See, Musical, she's he, whoever it is, Musical's a Hogan's Heroes fan. So Musical knows what I'm talking about.
Let's see, you've uncovered the biggest Hogan's Hero fan in the chat. You have been warned. Scarlett, did you get J Lord? I don't know. I haven't checked it yet. I'll check it once I'm done here. Okay, so the poll is closed now, and it says based on the information from legal documents, do you think that Bryan is guilty or not guilty? I should have put undecided on there, so I do apologize for that. But out of 113 votes, 61% said guilty. Not guilty was 38%. So thank you to everybody who participated in that.
So he's acquitted.
Okay. So the guy that played on the show or that had to do with that, he did get acquitted for that? The story that you were talking about a minute ago?
Oh, I was saying that BK, if we were the jury, he would be acquitted.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah, now the guy in the Hogan's Heroes, yeah, he volunteered to give his DNA, and they proved that it couldn't be him. You need to go chase another rabbit hole.
Okay. And like I said, I remember I've heard of the show, but I never watched it. It was one of those that was, I guess, before my time.
Well, Robert Crane was very famous back then, very handsome guy, a big-time movie star, or for the series, and it was a family show. But he was involved behind the scenes, which America didn't know much back then, in the pornography. And he would pick up these young ladies at the nightclubs that were very attractive, and he would videotape them back at his place. And I'm thinking somebody from the pornography world, he was stepping into their profits. And I think one of them went after him, or a jealous boyfriend. That's the only two I can think of.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sitting up here. I'm trying not to holler. I just hit my knee for the second daggum time under my desk. Oh my God. Let's see. J-Lord said they love that show. I've never watched it. Like I said, I've heard of it, but never watched it.
Well, I was shocked how big their fan club is, and I love the show. You can watch it on. I guess it's like one of these Roku streaming things where you can just sit there and watch it all day long.
I mean, but the case that you were telling about seems interesting, though.
Yes, a big time cold case, and they've had documentaries on it, and it shocked America when it came out on the news. And at that time, I don't think we had CNN, and I know we didn't have Fox, but we didn't have that 24/7 news service. It was just a brief thing on the national news, and it dies right there. But there's still people investigating.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they always point the finger at the closest person. That was his best friend, and they had a falling out.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I was saying about Jack D. He was interviewed on the 13th. They put that in the PCA. So I would assume that Dylan and Bethany would have been interviewed the same day, being that they lived in the house. And
I'm sure the prosecution went after Dylan and Bethany before they went after Jack.
Probably.
Yeah, you start it from there and work your way.
Yeah, and so that's where the timeline just doesn't make sense. They would have known.
See, when you read other cases, the PCA, it's kind of in order. It's organized. Yes. This here was written like it was on a 5th grade education level.
This literally, it's like, when you have a story and they teach you in 3rd grade, when you write a story, you have a beginning, a middle, and an end, which is what a PCA should have: a beginning, a middle, and an end. And it all flows and it makes sense on how you've come to the conclusion or the probable cause that this person needs to be arrested because they've committed this crime. This PCA looked like it went from the beginning, it jumped to the end, back to the beginning, maybe a few times here and there in the middle. It just wasn't, it didn't have a good flow to it because you're looking for something And it may be something that happened around the times of the murder, but it's way down below the route that he took leaving from the murder scene. You know what I'm saying? And it's very hard to find. And I don't know why they did it like that. Instead of just writing it out in order as it happened time-wise, which would have made a lot more sense. I don't know. It's very sloppy, in my opinion. Musical says the PCA is great at C minus. I don't know if I'd even give it a C minus, honestly.
We'll give it a frowny face.
Yeah. J Lord, yes, Jack D was mentioned in the PCA. Let me see what page it was. Give me a second. But they were talking about, Brett Payne was about Jack being interviewed. Let me see if I can find his. It's on page 2. I'm going to pull it up real quick. So it's right in this one right here. It says that when he's talking about where he went to the 2 bedrooms. Then there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officials initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonzalez and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. I found out from my interview with Jack Decor on November the 13th that he and Gonzalez shared the dog. So we know by that he was interviewed on the 13th. Kaylee's mama even said she was trying to get in touch with Jack and she couldn't. And the reason why he wasn't answering his phone when she was calling is because he was being interviewed. Don't knock C minus. That was my high school grade average. But Jeremy, you would have been in high school, not a detective with 4 years of experience of writing PCAs.
Did you see what Musical wrote? Sergeant Schultz would have written a better PCA. And if you've watched the Hogan's Heroes, you know who Sergeant Schultz is. He always said, I know nothing, I see nothing.
I'm going to have to go check that show out.
Yeah, it's basically World War II, and you got the Allies. They're all, well, we know today is the Air Force. They're in a POW camp, and the Germans have them, but they're actually like CIA agents.
Oh, okay.
The Americans are, and the French and the Brits, and they're in there gathering information because a lot of the Germans were testing their products at the POW camps, and they would sabotage them so they wouldn't work, or they would report it back to London. And they had underground tunnels on the inside. They controlled the whole prison camp in a way, even though there was a commandant there. They had all the phones bugged. It's just so many neat things they did, and it was just hilarious. Now, the show did get a lot of heat because even though most of the stars in the series were Jewish, the Jewish community felt like you're making the Germans look like nicer guys than what they really were. And in the series, they look like a bunch of buffoons or stumbling clowns. But the Allies always won, and they can't escape because they don't want to lose the commandant. It's a perfect storm for them. They're comfortable with this guy because he's not that smart, and they can get away with all this stuff. So that's actually their job, was to get caught, to go into this camp and find out everything they can about the German war machine. And there's a little bit of history in it. You know, it talks about D-Day, the Manhattan Project, the heavy water plants that were destroyed. So you will see some actual war history, but I've always thought they should do a remake of it.
Right, like they have every every other show that's been on TV here
Yeah, like the
lately.
Brady Bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, and probably the only person who could play Bob Crane would be Tom Hanks.
I just seen something else in chat. Where did it go? I've just slowed the chat down like 3 times. And it still seems like it's going fast for some reason.
Now I wonder if they got those ladies' boyfriends or significant other, whatever they have, got their DNA to see if that matches the DNA they've pulled up, that the law enforcement pulled up.
I would think that obviously they would have gotten Jack D's. I would assume they would have gotten Maddie's boyfriend Jake's. I would assume they would get his too, because obviously his DNA is going to be in the house too. Uh, so that way, if they just happen to come across his DNA whenever they're investigating this, they would already have it on file. So I would assume those two, possibly Adam, that was at the bar and was Jack D's roommate and all this and that. I'm pretty sure they got his. It's probably there's no telling how many kids' DNA in their phones that they got.
Now, the other day when I was online here and I asked you about the video we saw where the police officer comes over during broad daylight,
Mm-hmm.
and he goes to the back window and knocks on it and tells them their music's too loud. There was a tall gentleman that came to the glass door.
Oh,
Was that Ethan's brother?
No. That's the other Hunter. You talking about
Okay.
the one that came and sit out on the couch when Kaylee was outside talking to the cops?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that was Hunter Johnson.
Okay,
That's who
so
that
his
was.
DNA's in the house.
Yeah, that's the one that everybody, and one juror, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Okay, so that boy there, Hunter Johnson, is the one that a lot of people are thinking whenever it came out that Ethan's best friend had found the bodies and had checked the pulses and all that. A lot of people are thinking that it's Hunter, that did it, that found him and checked it or whatever. And it's also been said that and I don't know if this is true or not because it hasn't came out from law enforcement. Troll, thank you so much for gifting that membership. But it was also said that Hunter Johnson, which is the boy that was outside with Kaylee on that body cam footage, kept Ethan's brother Hunter from going in the house so he wouldn't see his brother and Xana like that. Now, like I said, I don't know if that's true or not, but that was something that had been put out there. Okay, so Mariah got one of the memberships. Who got the other one? And Stephanie got one. All right, so anybody that has memberships now, if y'all want to join the Facebook, the members Facebook group for the channel, send me an email. My email is pinned at the top of the chat. Let me know that you want to join, and please make sure to put your YouTube name in the email so I'll know who it is. And then that way I can do your invite. Let's see. 2 near the deceased and 1 outside. The glove is what everyone is speculating. I don't understand why, if they didn't do some type of identification on those 3 unidentified DNAs in the house or at the house, why didn't they do them? If you have, technically the 4th unidentified male DNA would have been Bryan's on the sheet. So if you have 4 unidentified male DNA sources at a murder scene, what is your reason for only picking 1 out and finding out who that one DNA belongs to? Why is the police not doing all 4 of them? That makes absolutely no sense. when they very well could all have had something to do with YouTuber. Have a good night. They all four could have had something to do with this murder. Okay, and did I had sent Agape Love? And no, Agape Love. No, I don't think Maddie's boyfriend Jake is involved. I just think that he would have provided his DNA just so he could clear his name. That way, it's the DNA's give to him. It, you know, people know that he would have been in the house. That way, if they find his DNA, then they've already got it on file. But no, I don't think he had anything to do with it. Okay, and Agape Love. I don't know if I can go up far enough in the chat. But if you need your email to get sent to Tonka, you're more than welcome to email me your email, and I will send it over to her. Let's see. So Matt. Wait, where? Oh, there's Matt. Okay. Okay, so the other DNA wasn't on the sheet. No, J Lord, it was. Okay, so one of them, one of the unidentified DNAs were on the glove outside. The other two, they said, were in the house where the victims were at, where they were at deceased. Now, the way they worded that, though, that could mean anywhere in the house, basically, or it could mean the way they put it was that it's in one of the bedrooms where it happened at. Either way, if it's unidentified and it's not one of the people who willingly give their DNA, then why are they not trying to figure out who it is?
And we go back to Mr. Gonsalves. There was a hell of a fight on the second floor.
Right.
If that's the case, did anybody notice scratches or bruising on BK when he returned back to Washington State?
I want to say, and I can't remember the little guy's name, but there was a guy that's a student in one of the classes that Bryan was a TA for. And I want to say that they had, one of the news people had asked him when he was doing an interview if they had noticed around the time of the murders that they noticed any bruising, scratches anywhere on his face, on his hands, or anything like that. And he said no. And he went to the doctor not long after this happened, and which the doctors and the nurses and all that can't give out any information because of HIPAA. But I wonder if they noticed anything on him, like scratches, bruises, or whatever. Because he could have had bruises on his back and students not be able to see it because of a shirt or a jacket. He could have had scratches on his arms and they wouldn't have been able to see it because it was during the wintertime and he would have had long sleeve shirt on. So I wonder if there was possibly whoever did this, bruises, scratches, whatever, and it was just on an area that was covered with clothing, and then maybe a doctor or whatever might have seen it. But they're saying that, like, if he's the one that done it, he just basically went back to his life just with the snap of a finger.
Now, what floor was it? I think it was the living room, but I'm not sure. Where you see evidence technicians gather. They're not in the bedroom.
That's in the living room on the second floor.
So where that hell of a fight took place.
Right. And see, that's Right. Okay. So it's between this the the little wall thing that I guess you would call it a banister or whatever. So where the steps go down. So it's between that, the door that goes into the hallway to where Dylan's bedroom is, and the end of the hallway where that leads to Xana's room. It was like in that little area right there.
Right. So
It's
what
where we
I'm
were at.
getting to, then Xana or Ethan should have the bad guy's DNA on them if there was a hell of a fight there.
She should. So if
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, so if that's the case, then it couldn't be Bryan by what Jay Logston put in his thing where there's no connection to them, which could be a very broad statement.
And I hope the prosecution is thorough with that. We looked everywhere. We can't find DNA on under their fingernails. We couldn't find it. Just come out and be honest with the jury.
Right.
We couldn't find any touch on the back of their hands, the palms of their hands, their face, anything.
I mean, if let's just say I'm gonna use Xana for an example in this because they said that Xana's the one that fought back. She had the defensive wounds. It would have been an awesome thing if Xana would have had this person's DNA under her fingernails, and they got the DNA, and they just there's no way this person could have gotten out of it. You know what I'm saying? There's no way her DNA, that person's DNA is under her nails. Like, how did it get there? And so it's one of those things that we're going to have to wait for the trial to start. Oh, wait, let me see something. I don't even see Summer. Where is Summer at, Troll? Okay.
Yeah, there's just too many unknowns. We still don't know if the bedroom doors were locked.
That is true.
Or unlocked, and then when the bad guy left the room, was it locked or unlocked?
Yeah, I mean that's just. I think a lot of people has had that question about the locks and stuff like that since the very beginning.
Why is the front door wide open?
I'm gonna throw this out there hypothetically over the front door being open, and I just want to get people's opinions. Could the door have been possibly been left open because there was cleaning agents used, and they had to let the house air out? Could that be a possibility? And I'm not saying that that's what it is, but I'm just asking a question.
I'm saying that somebody drove by the house at 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah, that was one thing that was said.
They saw the door wide open.
Yeah.
And I'm like you, is it a possibility somebody was cleaning?
I mean, could they have been cleaning something up and they had to let the house air out to get the smell of the cleaning agent out, and that's what took 8 hours to call? I mean, I'm just not saying it's true. I'm just asking for people's opinion on what they think of that.
I'm thinking maybe Xana didn't shut the door tightly after the DoorDash delivery.
And it could have been, and you know how it does it in my house anyway. You know, if you don't shut your front door very good, and you go to open your back door and it just like creates a draft and sucks your front door open. I wonder if that could have happened in this house, even though it's 2-story. could that have happened? Like if the back sliding door, like, so whoever came in and did this, did they leave that back sliding door open and it created a draft to suck the front door open because it wasn't shut very good? So I don't know how that would work with the doors being on two different levels. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but a draft will still pull it. Which
I
way
mean,
did the door open? Did it open out or in? I can't. I thought it opened inwards, didn't it?
Yes, the front door opens inwards. So could the sliding door created a draft if the front door wasn't shut to suck it open?
Yeah, that's possible.
And maybe that's why it was open the next morning.
And was that one of the doors they were having problems with?
Okay, so Xana's dad had came and changed the locks, but I think he changed the locks on her bedroom door that weekend before that. I don't know if they had issues with the lock on the front door. I know that Xana's dad had said that it was like the code lock, where you had to put in the code instead of using the key or whatever. And so he said that a lot of people that went over there, they knew to go around to the back door because there might have been an issue with that. I don't remember exactly what he said about that, but I do remember him saying that they would have to go around to the back door.
Now, which one was it everybody said that Bryan was infatuated with? Was it
A
Kaylee
lot
or
of people,
Maddie?
a lot of people think it's Maddie because it was allegedly said, but once again, this can't be true based off of what Jay Logsdon has put in his paperwork, that there is no connection between Bryan Kohberger and any of the victims. But it was put out that he was following Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana. He had liked all of Maddie's pictures and only liked some of Xana's pictures. And that he had slid into one of the girls' DMs, which is like 7th grade shit. You would, and this is put out by the news people, by the media, that he slid into one of their DMs. I don't know if an adult that says that another adult slid into somebody's DMs, but based off of Jay Logsdon's papers that he put out Friday, he said there is no connection between Bryan and the victims. That the state stuff has turned up, their investigation has turned up precious a little. There is no connection between Bryan Kohberger and the victims. And then he states that about there not being any victim DNA in the car, house, parents' house, or his office. So all of that was put out by the media, like Banfield, was completely wrong. Like they whoever their sources was, they told a lie.
Yeah, because supposedly he was following them to the Greek restaurant, the Mad Greek. Now, let's see, Xana and Kaylee weren't there, right?
No, Xana and Maddie worked at the Mad Greek. I think at one time maybe Kaylee might have worked there too, but she wasn't working at that time there. Just Xana and Maddie were working there.
Okay, Xana and Maddie. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, y'all. I'm going to be ending it here in about 5 minutes. It shows we have 299 people still with us tonight, and thank you all for hanging out with us this long. It shows we have 208 likes. Let's see how much we can get the likes up in the next 5 minutes. So it's literally 312 where I'm at. It's about 30. I'll give it to 320. And then I'm going to be out for the night. Let's see. Trying to think. I would say that there's more than likely going to be documents dropped Monday, but being that they've got to be in court on the 27th, I don't know if there's going to be any documents dropped. Summer, thank you so much for that super chat, honey. It says, thank you for being 100. You are very welcome. That was very nice of you for that super chat. Thank you. And you are very welcome. I mean, honestly, it's the only way to be is just be 100.
Summer's an outstanding person.
Very, very sweet. Everybody in here is awesome. It's like a whole big family of 200 and it's just 287 people, counting me, 288 people in here. Just like one big happy family.
And see, you go back to that PCA. I remember Don't Die brought this up the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of taking up for the police officer, but why does it say on some identified as, and the other ones they knew exactly who they were? He didn't keep it consistent. He should put on all 4 victims identified as.
Yeah, it's.
And so they wonder why people are running wild with rumors.
Well, and I'm gonna go over this real quick. I'm not gonna read the whole thing. I did write down while I'm thinking about it because you're about the rumor thing. Hold on, give me 1 second. So I'm not gonna read the documents for where the judge denied the Associated Press, but it is out now that that the police can talk to the press, but there's only certain things that they can speak about. Shannon Gray's thing on his, the judge has denied that request. But yeah, Brad, you can come up for a minute. Hold on, let me put the link for you. Okay, where did it? Okay, so it says in Shannon Gray's thing, it says the court would like to make it clear that the amended non-dissemination order does not restrict the Gonzalez family from speaking about the case to the media or anyone else. Instead, the order restricts attorneys for the parties, attorneys representing the victims' families, and the attorneys representing the witnesses from speaking about the case. And then it says Shannon Gray's request to be exempt from the amended non-dissemination order, it has been denied. All right, Brad, I'm pulling you up. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, Lost?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
I actually was gonna type. I think I typed something after that. I don't know. You said you were getting off, but I'll be short anyway.
Okay, you're good.
So we know that I guess we don't know until they have a chance to rebut it. I guess I don't know. I agree with you. I don't think that they're lying. I don't think they'd risk their livelihood for making those motions.
I don't think they're going to go and make themselves look bad and look not credible in courts. And I don't think, okay, Riddler, that's fine. And I don't think that the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office would allow them to do something like that, because not only would it discredit them, it would make the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office look bad.
Yeah, I definitely agree with all that. But what I was thinking about is, the recent paperwork says that there's zero connection to the victims, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't say that there isn't connection to the surviving roommates.
That is right. And were you the one that mentioned that in chat earlier?
I'm not positive. I might have.
Okay, because I do remember somebody saying that in the chat. It does say that there's no connection between Bryan and the victims, but it does not say Bryan and the surviving witnesses or surviving roommates.
Yeah, it's definitely been on my mind since this afternoon, at least, I guess. Because I was thinking about it, like, no matter what, somehow his DNA got in that house. Mm-hmm. If it's proven to be the case, hopefully I'm hoping that they actually do have to show their work, like in a math quiz, because that doesn't seem right to me, and what you read tonight, not having to hold on to evidence, did that pertain to during the trial itself or post trial? I don't know.
I think it was post.
I would hope so. At any rate, one of the things that crossed my mind, and obviously this is just speculation and something that crossed my mind, is that what if his alibi is also the exculpatory evidence that is supposed to exist, since there could still be a connection between them.
I mean,
that we don't know about, because all that we know about is what got disclosed in this recent paperwork. Whether that was something like you said, if it's in front of the court, it's probably not shady to the court.
Right.
I had never heard that before tonight, and that makes sense to me.
Yeah, if it's before the court, then they're not breaking the gag order,
right?
Because it was done through the court. Now, it would be different if Ann Taylor or even Jay Logston was outside of the court, not going through the legal court documents that they have to do, and is talking to media or just a random citizen about the case. That's breaking the gag order.
Yeah, and considering that, would they even have posted it if it was? I feel like maybe we wouldn't. Maybe that post would have just got held back or something. Because
it goes before the court, and then it goes into the clerk of court, and the clerk of court is the one who I believe puts it on the website. So the clerk of court has to read over the documents as well.
Right.
And I think that if it went through the clerk of court and they in that office found something that shouldn't be put out, they would then go back to the judge, I would assume, show the judge and ask, do you think this needs to be put on the website? And at that time, the judge would say yes or no. But, I mean, is there a possibility that there's been court documents that they put out that hasn't been put on that website? That possibly so, because of information that was in it. But
yeah,
I
hadn't thought of that.
It could be just at the discretion of the clerk of court or the judge, just based off of information. But I mean, they're not. And I even thought about it the other night when I read it. And like I said, I read it through. I went through it too fast to actually sit and talk about it. And I had to kind of go over it the past couple of days. And I even said, well, maybe it seems like she's possibly breaking the gag order. And then I got to thinking about it. Well, she can't be breaking the gag order because it's before the court. So. Kind of threw my whole breaking gag order thing out the window.
So if we read into the documents as much as we could read out of it accurately, which I guess is probably debatable in itself, no matter what. But if we did, then and there was zero evidence that was zero victim DNA that was drawn from the warrant. I mean, that's basically exactly what it says. I'm definitely having a hard time believing that any of that DNA ever entered his vehicle. You know what I mean? Unless there's some kind of cleaning agent that's undetectable or something.
Yeah, but I wonder if there would be. Hold on, I need to mute for just 1 second. Give me just a second.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, how's it going, Riddler? Good to see you. Good to hear
I'm
you.
sorry. We have Stevie. Okay, so Stevie, they're gone. Stevie, he had an imposter in the chat we had to get rid of. Okay, so I'm sorry, Brett. Go ahead.
So yeah, with zero DNA in the car from any of the victims, which I would say that would be the number one place, and I think that would be the number one place where it would ever be found is in the car, with someone speeding away at 420 or 425 or whatever that really is, I guess.
Well, because
they got the two numbers, you know.
Yeah, but
you can't be speeding away at 420 and still be having a
clothes.
I don't know how to, I don't know how the timeline continues at that point, but
right.
But one of the thoughts that crossed my mind, is with nothing. Yeah, okay. Because I've talked with you about it many times that like I have a hard time believing that this person, even though I don't know them, just based on their background, could ever be dumb enough to act in the ways that they did if they knew that they were going there to do what happened. And so like the real question, I guess, ultimately is how the DNA is in the house. I mean, so like that means that, let's say, whether it's him or whether he's involved, or even if he's not involved, there's still a connection to him that entered that house.
Right.
You know what I mean? Whether that connection is with someone other than him that actually did these things, or whether he was accomplice to someone, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't.
It like opens up the whole new question of there's none of the victim's DNA in this car, in his apartment, his office, or his mama's house, but his DNA is on a little button on a knife sheath,
right,
in the middle of a murder scene.
And,
how the hell does that happen?
And I know how you've always, well, I know how you've always spoke about the possibility of maybe someone else is driving around while he's doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that if it's like that it's the other way around, and it kind of could kind of make more sense, and I'm going to tell you why. And that is that with the absence of the DNA ever making it into the car, and I haven't still got this all figured out as a hypothesis. Even maybe you can help me, or maybe help me shut it down. But if he, I still can't figure in the driving around back and forth part and stuff, right? I just don't see how anyone would be that dumb unless they truly did want to get themselves caught up in order to risk their entire life and everything that they had going on for themselves, which I find still highly ridiculous. I don't think it's impossible, but I do find it highly ridiculous that anyone would do that, which I guess doesn't put it beyond reason because people are ridiculous, but anyways,
take their phone and all that, like they're saying, take your phone to commit a murder when you don't technically need your phone, because it's literally 9 miles down the road. Like, how to get there, so you wouldn't need GPS. You wouldn't need a clock because you have a clock in your car. So what else would you need your phone for?
Well, here's what I've been thinking is, okay, like, if it's really his car, they can prove it's his car. They can make that all match within meters. Let's say it's the best possible scenario for the prosecution with the circumstantial evidence, in my opinion, that we know of right now. But the culmination of it makes it substantial to a jury of 12, because I'm not going to be on that jury, because I wouldn't lie and say I didn't know anything, even if I lived there.
Right.
But with the evidence, if this evidence that was mentioned in the latest paperwork by the defense is accurate, and there is zero to look at from that warrant, especially in the car, then what if he dropped some people or a person or however many, who knows, off, right? And then I don't know why you would hang out that long anyways, but he comes back at 9 a.m., right? And you got an 8-hour gap of time that is unaccounted for, regardless of anything, and in my opinion, anyone's feelings as well. Like when it comes to the evidence, I don't care where it leads or who it hurts,
Mm-hmm.
but as long as they get the right people and truly get justice for everybody and everything else. And I am all the time praying for that. Believe it.
Yes. Because I mean, in the end, that's all that matters. And side note, they haven't found the knife, or as far as we know, they don't have the knife. But yeah, that's all that matters in the end is that these 4 victims and their families get justice.
Yeah, and so far as we know, like evidentiary in the house, the only thing that's mentioned as being latent is one footprint that's outside of DM's door, facing in the direction of travel toward the sliding glass door, I believe, is how it's depicted, if I remember correctly, let's say. But one latent footprint is what is mentioned. So maybe only one footprint ever got cleaned up. Who knows, right? But I'm just thinking, like, nothing in the car. If he was really around the area and then he really came back to the area, like, who's to say he wasn't picking up some person or other group of people that maybe really did this and had time to actually get cleaned up enough that they could get into his car without leaving any traces, let's say.
It's this case is just so weird. Oh my God.
And the other thing that's been on my mind a lot before any of this is that, we got 256 or 257-ish that Kaylee's sister is saying
when they
that
return home, yeah.
Yes, when they're home, or the last call to Jack, one of the two, something like that, right?
Scarlett, on the footprint they found in front of Dylan's door or near that area, they said what caused that footprint. Is it on carpet or is it on wood?
I believe that's linoleum flooring through there.
Okay, linoleum. Okay, so would it dirt or would it be the red fluid?
I think they said just a latent footprint.
Kind of like dust or something.
Yeah, just something that can't be seen by the naked eye. When they put the it wasn't luminol. It was what was the other stuff? What was it? Black something. Oh shit! What's the name of that stuff? Oh, I have to go back and look in the. Somebody in chat knows what it is. The stuff that they used, it wasn't luminol, it was the other stuff. Anyway, when they went in and did that, that's when they found the latent footprint.
Yeah, the name's eluding me.
Thank you, Boba.
Yeah, we got Amino Black.
Yeah, I could not think of the word.
So anyhow, with the absence of the DNA in his car or anywhere else for that matter, but especially the car, in my opinion, and his DNA definitely being in the house, there has to be a connection. There has to be some sort of a connection between.
As of right now, they're saying that there's no connection between him and the girls, or him and the victims, is what they're saying. But like you said, though, it says him and the victims, but not him and the surviving roommates.
Oh, and on that note, do you remember when people got the paperwork for their victims' rights?
Mm-hmm.
Did that include one of them or no?
Riddler was actually asking me about this. It included which one, Riddler? Do you remember? It included one of them, but not the other one.
Bethany did not receive a victim's rights notification.
Yeah. And Bethany is also the one. So I've been hearing. So I guess technically it's hearsay. I didn't see the statement or anything or whatever they're getting it from, but allegedly I had heard anyways that that she wanted some sort of guarantee she wasn't going to get arrested. I don't know if that's true, but even if it isn't, if she didn't receive it, I mean that kind of could go along with what I'm saying. If you see what I'm saying.
Well, you know, they sent her a subpoena because they were wanting her to testify at the prelim as the defense's witness, and they had to secure an out-of-state subpoena because she's from the Reno area.
Right.
And they ended up quashing that on the agreement that she would do an interview with Ann Taylor because that investigator was saying that he has, I'm sorry, not he, that Bethany has exculpatory evidence that is only unique to her experiences.
What is it that
and it referenced her statements too?
Yes, about what she's seen and what she heard.
What is it that the state does not want? I guess you would say the public or the defense to know.
That's a good question.
Bethany's, what are they hiding there? See, going into this, I told y'all before, I'm 99.99% sure BK was involved in this. Now, after hearing all this, and I can't get all my evidence, and I can't talk to Bethany, what else you want to do?
I mean, what is it that? And honestly, the only thing I could come up with is that she's his alibi. I can't think of anything else that she would have that is exculpatory to his case.
Let me ask you this, Lost. Do you remember? Wasn't there at least one Tinder account that was subpoenaed?
I think there was actually more than one.
Do you remember whom?
I can go back real quick and look. Let me just find them on this list. Where are they at? Okay, where is the match? Okay, here we go. So there was a Tinder account for, I got to go all the way down to the warrant. Take me a second. Okay, so there was, let's see, it's related to the investigation of the crime of homicide of, okay, so Maddie, Kaylee, Sienna. All right, and so they're wanting the Tinder account of Bryan Kohberger with any of the following identifiers, and it just lists email addresses and a phone number, and they were wanting it where it had been generated on or between June the 1st of 2022 to the present. So anything that had to do with anything on Bryan Kohberger's Tinder accounts.
But it doesn't mention one for any of the surviving roommates or victims.
Let's see. Hold on. There's like, I think, 4 different Tinder.
Well, I guess the victims don't matter on that end now. I guess if there's no connection, so there's no need to look for that. But
now there was one for Kaylee.
About Bethany or DM.
There was one for Kaylee. There was a Tinder search warrant for her. Let me look at this next one. Like I said, there's like 4 or 5 of them on here.
Okay.
Each one of them that I go to, though, I had to go all the way to the bottom to the search warrant. Okay, this one, and this is the one that me and Troll were actually trying to find last night, and I couldn't find it. But this one here, they're wanting all subscriber information between November the 3rd of 2022 to present, which would have been the day that they obtained the search warrant. And there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 names had been redacted. But they're wanting all of those subscribers' information for all 19 people that's been redacted. So I don't know who those are about, but it's all Tinder accounts.
Huh. That's about the I guess maybe they didn't name a number, but in the latest document drop, they were talking about many other suspects, more or less. I don't remember if there was a number. I don't know why I feel like 20 is stuck in my head, but and yeah, I don't even know. But anyways, there's got to be a reason that his DNA is in that house, and like if he's the guy that did this, then and he left, and there should be some of it in his car. I mean,
Right.
notwithstanding hanging out and taking showers and changing clothes and all kinds of stuff, you know what I mean? And the one thing that no one seems to really be able to get completely past, as much as they don't want to think it, is that there is an 8-hour gap, and that creates a lot of time for anything to have happened.
Exactly. And
The
you
DNA,
were talking.
the DNA that's on the knife sheath, that's touch DNA.
According to the paperwork.
Yeah, the paperwork that just came out on Friday, it's the first time I've seen it being said, touch DNA.
Because see, if I was a juror, of course, I'd be honest with both attorneys. I would just say, I don't believe in touch DNA, so you can do what you want to from that point on. If you want to put me on this jury, that's fine. I'm going to ignore it. If you want to kick me off, there'll be no hard feelings. Because I just bought a knife not too long ago. Whose DNA's all over that knife sheath? I bought it at a yard sale.
Okay, and you said, Brad, that you had the number 20 stuck in your head.
I don't even know why. It's probably not even relative, I guess. I don't know.
There is a Tinder account for Maddie that they did a search warrant for, but there's also another Tinder warrant that they want for. It is for 20 redacted names, and it's between March the 1st of 2021 and March the 31st of 2021. So literally 31 days that they're wanting for 20 people.
Right. Well, one of the things that's really perplexed me a lot about this whole thing too is that, like, it seems like 0 people know this guy, you know? I mean, it's like, I mean, obviously he's had friends that have done interviews, and a couple women at least, and I've seen good and bad interviews, I guess you could say, you know? But anyways, his DNA is in the house. It had to get there somehow. And, you know, myself, I'm still stuck on stupid with the whole, he can't be that stupid, because I think, like,
I mean, is that just what the state is wanting us to believe, though? Is that he was that dumb to do all that and do it that way? Go to this murder scene with your car, or in your car with your phone, showing that your phone was cut off during the time of the murders?
If you got a couple more minutes, I'll tell you a story, and I don't think it has to be. I don't know if this is even what you're saying, to be honest, but I don't think it has to be LE involvement in order for him to have been patsied.
Right.
Yeah, he could have been patsied out without any help from LE whatsoever. And like I said, I know a lot of people don't like to think about a lot of things that could be possibilities, but the reality is that the possibilities are what they are. But I'll try to keep it as chill as I can. But I'd really like to tell you a story quick about my childhood, or my adolescence. You know, I was like 16 years old, and I had a girl from school who was dating a friend of mine, and they broke up. They're never going to see each other again, type of stuff is what I was hearing, whatever. She kind of like cozied up to me, you know, and I wasn't good friends with this guy or nothing anyway, but she invited me over. You know, we had a beer or two, and, you know, smoked a little weed or whatever. And she decides to show me her grandmother's like $12,000 diamond ring, if I remember correctly. It's like a 1 carat plus big fat diamond ring, like a wedding ring. And you know, I was just like, oh, cool, you know, cool ring, didn't think nothing of it. Well, like 1 or 2 weeks later, there's a detective at my house when I get home, and wanting to know about stolen jewelry and cocaine related items and stuff like this, you know.
Oh,
and
dang.
yeah, and so they tried to set me up with it, and luckily for me, they pawned the ring at a pawn shop and stupidly like used their own name or something. I don't know. I can't remember specifically, but I did get quote unquote exonerated without going to court. At least that would be the operative word that I would probably use to describe it. But anyway,
So they went and did something, tried to blame you, but left a paper trail on their own self.
yeah, she invited me over, showed me where the stuff was at, and then like so many days later, I came home. In fact, her ex-boyfriend, I was riding in the back of his pickup truck, and we were going to go in the house and partake and whatnot. And I seen the detective car out there, and I was like, "Gotta go, man. See you later." and my dad is like, you know, he talked to the officer and was like, anything other than that, you're not going to see, right? You know, because I told my dad I had some herbal related items, you know, homemade pipes or whatever. And the officer agreed to that. I let him search down my room. He didn't find nothing. And he was actually pretty good with me at that point. But then it was so many days later that I learned that that they got caught up for it. Luckily, luckily for me, right? Because I don't remember if I touched it or not, you know, but if it would have happened today and I had touched it, I might be in the same position that BK is in right now. And like that crossed my mind kind of out of the blue, because I don't think about that stuff. You know what I mean? I was 16 years old. I have no reason to think about it that much, but it crossed my mind like over a week ago or two now. And, you know, it'd be very easy, I think, for maybe something like that to have taken place. And you know, I'm not really trying to throw anybody under the bus, but I'm saying that it's getting even harder for me personally to see that there isn't something amiss here. You know, if we're supposed to believe the timeline, if we're going by the timeline that they're giving us, you know. And I personally think that if that timeline is inaccurate, and if the worst possible scenario, which is that their own friends could be involved with this, right? If you know, if that were possible, then like either, you know, at this point, I feel like either BK had some kind of a connection to the person that really did this. I don't see any way that he could get out of there without having some form of DNA in his vehicle. And if it's supposedly impossible to clean stuff up good enough, as people have been saying, and that if you use cleaning products that people would know about it, and stuff like that, you know, I mean, minus something plausible like that, if it is where it appears to be right now, then I don't know, like there's got to be more to it.
I mean, if we're going by facts, what else do they have on him if there's no connection and there's no DNA of the victims in his car, house, all this and that? The only thing they have is his DNA on the sheath. Like, what else do they have on him? I'm sure there's stuff that they have that we don't know about,
It's possible, but what would those things be except for the weapon itself? I'm like trying to think in my head, what would these other things really be, minus like seeing him get in and out of the vehicle, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, they're supposed to provide discovery, and it's a possible death penalty case, and the time is ticking on that pretty short, right? I mean, it's not that many days away. So they would definitely have to submit all of that stuff in order to especially pursue that, I would imagine. And and I don't think that AT would be talking, or any form of his legal team would be talking the way that they're talking if it wasn't actual and factual as they know it anyways. But like, if the timeline isn't actually worth much at all, then all of this could have started a long time earlier.
Scarlett, which side wanted the gag order?
They both want it. Are you talking about in the very beginning or now?
From the very beginning.
I think it was just something that the judge had put out. I don't remember if it was the state or if it was the defense that came out first asking for it, though. Does anybody in chat know? In the very beginning, let me see if there's a document. I know there's a non-dissemination order, like right after he was arrested. Where's it at? Non-dissemination order. It's put out on January the 3rd. Let's see. The court, by stipulations of the party, enters its order as follow. So it was the judge that put it out by the stipulations of the parties. The non-dissemination order. Betty Jo saying the defense wanted it. Stephanie says the state. So it must have been both of them that was wanting it, and the judge went ahead and put it out, and then she came back and amended it after that.
Okay, so it wasn't just the judge saying, I'm going to do this to exercise my authority because I can foresee a problem with the jury.
No, I think it was. I mean, she could have done that as well or said that, but I think it was based off of what the state and the defense both wanted, because both sides have wanted it ever since it's been out, and people trying to get it taken down and all this now, like Shannon Gray and the Associated Press and all that, and she would amend it, but that was as far as it went, and both sides were arguing, that their reasons for wanting it and all this and that. So it was basically both sides that wanted it. Based off of that, she put it out.
And of course, the second judge is agreeing with her, even though he made some stipulations.
Right. Yeah. He just took her amended non-dissemination order and amended it a little bit more. And that's about it. Let's see. Don't dive. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I was just having problems earlier. That's why I kept popping in and popping out.
Oh, okay. How are you?
Yeah. Good. Whenever I have a question whenever you finish.
Okay, go ahead with your question.
Okay. I don't think this will take long, but if everybody in chat and panel right now would pick up something like an ink pen or a pencil right now. Pick up something, okay, and pretend it's a knife sheath. Pretend that you have gloves on, and pretend you have no gloves on. Okay, now pick that item up with your hand. Okay.
Okay.
You got fingers on it, your thumbs on it, okay, with the gloves on, without the gloves. Now take your hand off of it, lay it down. Now pick up the snap where the so-called touch DNA was, but only pick it up with your thumb. See if you can do that.
With only your thumb?
With only your thumb, just a little snap.
I think I see where you're going with that. You'd have to touch the rest of it too. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't pick it up otherwise.
I've actually got a knife in my hand. I drew it from its sheath, and I'm trying to do what she said. You can't do it with just your thumb.
No, because you would have to grab it.
But see, in the court size, it don't matter. We just need a smudge of fingerprint.
Right.
I know you need. Okay, so he would just handle that sheath from the time he bought it or the time he got it.
See, I agree with you. Don't die.
Only with his thumb. That's it, or one of his fingers, or the palm of his hand. But it only has to get on the snap. That's it. Now, y'all can't touch it nowhere else but that snap. Can you pick that up with any part of your hand or your nose or your toe?
She said your nose.
I know. You got a male part on the snap. On the snap, Riddler. You could vouch for this. You have a male and a female.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, anywhere though, really on that snap, I say, because they said it on the snap.
Mm-hmm.
Pick it up somehow with your hand, because you normally go handle a knife sheath with a hand.
Right.
If you can't, even with a glove on, say you had a glove, and when he bought it, he handled it with just a glove. Okay, didn't want to touch it to get anything on it, but yet he had a hole in his glove, and just so happened
that's what I asked. Was there a hole in his glove, and it just happened to be that where that hole was, his finger touched it, the sheath.
Yeah, J Lord mentioned in the chat that it was on the male part of the snap.
Right.
And I seem to recall that as well.
So that male, okay, I'm sure everybody, they got to know what the male part is.
It does make sense that skin would stay in there better too to me.
The male would go into the other part of the snap to make it snap close. Okay.
Right.
So, but if you're handling that with just your thumb, because you see, if there was somebody on another channel kind of wanted to argue with me and say, well, yeah, but there could be other DNA on that sheath. Okay, why they didn't specify that? Why they just saying, oh, the snap?
I mean, if you had your DNA on the inside male piece, let's say, and then you snapped it closed and then wiped the snap, but not the male piece, it would still be in the male piece and not on the snap, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, she just had me messing with my dad's knife, doing what she was saying with the sheath, and I just on accident pinched the skin of my thumb in it, and I didn't bleed, but I'm probably gonna have a blood blister. It's kind of hard to snap.
Sorry to hear that happened.
But maybe that.
I mean, that could have, or whoever, like, because you can take a knife sheath and you can, like, if it's closed, pop it open with just your thumb.
Yeah, I could pop it open with just my thumb, no problem. But when I went to close it back, is when I caught the skin of my thumb in it, and it just made me think. I wonder if maybe that happened to him, and he got blood in it.
Well, they said, but it wasn't blood. That's not what was tested through that FBI. It was the genealogy thing. It wasn't blood. If you go back and read in the beginning, it said that it was a what they call it. It's similar to like
single male
skin or something like that, like a skin cells, something
Right.
like that. There was
I
no
just remember
blood.
it saying a single male source of DNA.
Right. That
And
was in the PCA. Then in the I think it was Jay Logston document that came out Friday, it says that it mentions touch DNA in it.
Yeah,
But see, again, the wording is weird. Like they're playing with the wording. It says presumably touch DNA, and we'll have to just like take it at face value because we haven't seen the documents yet.
What if the defense asks, was there any other DNA on that knife sheath? Did you check them too through the genealogy?
Exactly, Summer. It says single male source. It doesn't say that there isn't any female DNA. That is something I noticed actually as well. Yeah.
But Scarlett, the reason I hopped up here is because you threw me. I haven't. I guess I didn't pay attention when all the search warrants came out. Why do you think they would want 20 Tinder accounts from March of 2021?
I don't know. It's only for, and I'll pull it up real quick because I still have it on my screen. But it's 20 redacted names, and it's for March the 1st of 2021 through March the 31st of 2021. And you can see all the little bullets right here of all the redacted names. There's 20 of them.
Do you think that could be a typo and it's supposed to be 2022? That is so weird.
I thought that maybe that was from maybe March the 1st of 2021 to March the 31st of 2022, possibly. But I don't know. It's really weird how it's only 31 days that they're looking for.
That is really weird. Really, really weird. I'm trying to figure what that could have to do with this case because some of those girls didn't even live in that house at that date. And Bryan was in Pennsylvania.
Right. Unless there's something that they found on one of the girls' Tinder accounts, because there's one for Kaylee and there's one for Maddie. And then there's a warrant for Bryan's Tinder account. So I don't know if they found something maybe on Kaylee or Maddie's account. Some people on there that may seem of interest and they were needing those accounts for some reason. I don't know.
Or do you think Bryan could have made 20 different accounts trying to get, like, say, for instance, Maddie to talk to him? But why in 2021 when he wouldn't have known who she...
No, because he was still at DeSales University in 2021.
Oh my gosh, if he found her when he was still in Pennsylvania, say that was it. He found her when he was still in Pennsylvania and made 20 different accounts trying to contact her and then moved to Pullman. Oh my goodness. Could you imagine?
But see now because of Jay Logston's thing.
Okay, Scarlett, I'm gonna go back in chat.
Okay, honey, thank you for coming up.
Okay, you're welcome.
If you go by Jay Logston's thing though that he put out on Friday, there's no connection between Bryan and the victims. So were they possibly looking for his stuff on here and then there was no connection to him? Or is this 20 other people that they're looking for or looking into?
See, I still don't see how the defense can say this fast that there's no connection when you know there's no way possible they've been through 51 terabytes of information. Like, I just think that's kind of jumping the gun to just say that. There's no way they've been through all of that already.
When was that sent to them, the 51 terabytes? Does anybody remember the date? Because I don't even remember.
But the defense can look at BK's, all of his social sites, and says, ask those companies, is he making contact with any of these 4 people during this time period? If they all wrote back, we can't find anything.
They're
But what
only
would make them suspect 20 names in 2021? That's wild to me.
I don't know.
That is
I
absolutely
guess
wild.
only thing I can remember is one of the girls claimed that there was a stalker following her, but she didn't make an official police report, and I don't know what the time frame is on that.
Was there any? I don't remember. I'm trying to go through and look real quick. Was there any search warrants for OnlyFans? I don't remember any OnlyFans search warrants.
I only remember hearing gossip on YouTube about OnlyFans accounts. Like I can't remember if it was in search warrant. Then
Because
again,
if there would have been any of them would have had OnlyFans accounts, there would have been a search warrant for it.
I can't
Yeah,
remember.
I also don't recall for sure. I do remember hearing about it, like OnlyFans talk, but I don't remember seeing it on. I don't remember where I might have heard it or anything.
Yeah, there was a rumor going around that they had OnlyFans accounts. There are Tinder accounts on here, Tinder or search warrants for Tinder, but I'm not seeing OnlyFans.
And I can't see Kaylee having a Tinder account in 2021 because isn't that like she was with Jack?
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else find that mind blowing? That they because they must have found something to make them.
This whole damn thing is mind
Get a
blowing.
search warrant for it.
I'm wondering if that could possibly be a typo.
You know, when we first looked at this, it was the 8-hour phone call to 911. Now, the more you keep looking at it, you keep finding more and more puzzling questions.
It's almost like a riddle.
Exactly, Batman.
Inside of an enigma, trapped in something else. We don't even know what it's called yet.
Okay, there is absolutely no OnlyFans search warrants. So as far as the OnlyFans thing, I don't believe it, because if there would have been, if any of them would have had an OnlyFans account, there would have been a search warrant for it. There's search warrants for their Facebook groups. There's search warrant for Tinder groups. There is Yik Yak, Snapchat, Reddit, PayPal and Venmo, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, and all that. So they would have done something, a warrant for OnlyFans as well, if there would have been one. So I don't believe that there was any OnlyFans accounts. I think that was just a rumor that was going around trying to make the victims look bad.
The only reason I asked in the first place was like trying to figure out how maybe there would be some offhand connection possible without people really knowing who he is, because it does definitely seem like people don't really know who he is at all.
True.
But his DNA is in the house, and the victim's DNA of any kind apparently is not in his car. And those two things combined with, I mean, like I was on the fence already about how someone could be able to do all this in the time frame that is allotted in the PCA. And, but I was given on that, you know what I mean? Like Vapor was saying, I think anyways, about 3 minutes per person. Might have been King Scarlet. I can't remember.
I think that was King Scarlet, I believe.
Yeah, 3-something minutes each or whatever.
Scarlet, when they're looking, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine.
Scarlet, when they're looking at these social medias, are they looking at the victim's social media, or are they looking at BK's social media?
There is one on there that asks that is looking at BK's social media, but it's asking for anything that has to do with Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, or Ethan. Whether it's instant messages, follows, unfollows, any likes or dislikes, anything like that that they do on social media, any interaction that his account would have had with one of their accounts. They're asking for all of that. They're coming out saying that there's no connection, so he couldn't have been following on any type of social media. And then, like I said earlier, as far as like the car and the house and office and his apartment, all of that May the 15th? I got to go back and grab my notes. Hold on. Because I wrote it down today. I've got so many flipping notes. I don't even know now what to do with my piece of paper. But hold on. I got it right here. May the 12th, the state let the court know that they had turned over all of those forensic evidence collections pertaining to the car, the house, trash, and all that. So they know that for a fact, that part. Now, maybe later on we will hear about how they know as far as like the no connection thing. Maybe we'll eventually hear that.
Scarlett, the search warrant for the 20 redacted Tinder accounts, was that warrant signed after Bryan was arrested or before?
Give me just 1 second.
Okay.
Back to it.
Hi, that's why I came back.
Okay,
Hi.
how are you?
Pretty good.
She's the one with all the paperwork, all the dates, right?
Right.
Yeah, so for your Tinder accounts, what you have is you got Kaylee's Tinder account was requested on the 29th of November, and they got it back. They got the results, the return, on the 5th of December. And then that request for the 20 or 19 redacted Tinder accounts was sent out the next day.
Okay.
And they hadn't requested Maddie's Tinder account yet. So that was sent out on the same day.
So that's before Bryan was even arrested.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's the other one that she's talking about. The one that I have that is for the 20 redacted from March the 1st of 2021 to March the 31st of 2021 is this one right here that I have pulled up. Because there is another one that has 19 or 20 redacted names on it.
What's the date on the one that you have pulled up? I can't read it.
Okay, so he obtained the search warrant on December the 22nd. He served it on the 22nd. January the 26th, he got this stuff back. And then he downloaded it on the 30th.
So see, even that one's before Bryan was arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, I'm hella confused now.
Right. Yep.
Huh.
I mean, I think one of them was just on a break, and those are the names that came back. Maybe since it was after Maddie, then Maddie was on a break or single for 30 days, had an active Tinder account. Those were her matches, and that's where they got those names. But
I mean, that makes sense.
That's
you mean Kaylee, her break from Jack?
Or Matt, or maybe it was before Maddie got with her boyfriend. I don't know the dates of when they started dating. But since it's such a short period of time, I feel like it's when someone was using it actively or created it and stopped.
So that makes more sense. So this warrant could actually be just part of their investigative process, like not including, Bryan. I mean, including him, but when they were still like not positive that it was him, because they didn't get his DNA familial match until the day before they went in and arrested him. So he was just somebody of interest. So these other 20 people could have been looking, now it makes sense to me. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, and I think that it was even requested before the tip came in. It came in they requested on the 22nd, and the tip was like the 24th, wasn't it? Or the tip, I mean, FBI told him what it was. That it was him. That the familiar, the IgG results. That's when they got his name. It was a few days before.
Oh,
So
I
I
thought
don't
they
think it was
got
on the 20th.
the DNA familial results the day before.
I think that was the
That was the data
28th.
trash. That was when they got the trash. But I
Yeah.
mean from IgG.
Okay.
Oh, I'd have to go back and look and see what date that was.
1 moment.
There's so many dates to try to remember.
So Anne is going to use that too, most likely in defense that they were looking for other people of interest.
Yeah, there's so many dates in this, and different things happening on the same date that we have to try to remember.
How do I say your name? Is it Fofo? I can't read
Bofa.
that. Bofa. Okay. And is the other one? Is your name Bread to kill you all?
Oh,
Yeah.
you can just call me Brad. That's my gamer tag.
Oh, I was reading it and I was thinking he's clever because bread raises your cholesterol. Bread to kill you all.
Yeah, I actually I made it like decades ago before that was even a topic. But it is officially like a quadruple entendre now, so
I'm all squinting to see everybody's names. I can't ever see on my phone.
Hi, Avery.
Hi, Riddler. I accidentally took a power nap and woke up with my phone on my face.
Oh, good Lord. I wish I could just take a power nap like some people can and just be perky for the rest of the day.
Yep, it was a total power nap because I'm wide awake now.
I literally would have to sleep for a month to get a tenth of being caught up on sleep.
Good REM sleep.
I don't sleep good at night. Matt said power naps are the shit.
Especially accidental ones. Those are the best.
One of the other things that I feel like has been kind of overlooked throughout the many shows that I watch, some of them that I only lurk in even, but yeah, where the hell was I going with that? I guess I shouldn't have been puffing. Anyhow, with the absence of the DNA, the thing that I feel like people are overlooking is like, number one, I feel like JJ is going to force them to show how they got that original genealogical DNA. I don't think that's going to slide, and hopefully it doesn't anyways, because I don't see how that could be construed as fair,
Mm-hmm.
But
right.
But the thing with that is, if it does turn out to be, the worst for the prosecution, then, if that becomes obtained in a way that it shouldn't have been obtained and stuff like that, which I'm not saying that it is, but they should be able to show their math work, like
exactly.
they should be able to show that math work, and JJ should force them to show that math work, in my opinion. And if they can't show it, then sad to say, even though like I honestly don't know if BK's innocent or not. I wouldn't want to see him get away with the shit if he is involved in any way, any more than anyone else. And what I'm thinking that I don't feel like anyone else is really touching on or seeing is that if that gets tossed out somehow, then all they have left that we know of, allegedly, considering the last information that came out, is phone pings in, his car.
Right.
If they can even prove that it's his car, and if they can even prove that those phone pings are accurate enough to say that it is his car and his phone.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question. Maybe one of you might know. The 51 terabytes that they turned over to defense, is that 51 terabytes of information that they're planning to use in court, or is that just 51 terabytes of like just all the results of all their search warrants, like all the just everything that they obtained in the case? Or
Well,
is it
if it was 51 terabytes of usable information in any way, it would take until like the next century to end this case. Just for discovery.
I mean, yeah, because that's going to be, and you have to look at it like this, though.
And I'm not literally saying that, but
if it's video and it's 4K video, it's going to take more space. Therefore, it's going to fill in that 51 terabyte space quicker.
So, like, for instance, the video footage that they took inside of the crime scene, that would be included in the 51 terabytes?
I would think any body cam footage, any videos that was done.
Okay.
I was wondering about the pictures, but there is a thing where they said that they had, what was it, 20,000 documents that was sent over to them, and then 1,865 photos. So I don't think the pictures and the documents are going to be included in the 51 terabytes. I don't believe. So
I think a lot of it's going to be like the whole 100% of the video from everybody's Ring cam and every other kind of cam.
Street cameras and all of that.
And
Because,
the
there's
all the tips.
Yes, there could be that too. Because, like over in, I almost said Truckee, y'all, because I see somebody mention Truckee in chat. But over at WSU, they're claiming that they caught him on 5 different street cams. So all of those are probably going to be included within that 51 terabytes. And like I said, depending on whatever the, what is it? Is it the resolution? Is that what it is? Format, something like that. 5 or 4K or whatever, depending on what it is, how much it's going to take up and feel. Because it could be 100 things if it's all, and I'm just using this as an example. It could be 100 videos all in 4K that came out to 51 terabytes, or it could be 1,000 videos in
1080 or something like that. Right?
Something like that, because it's not, 1080 is not going to take up as much space.
Right.
They still, I'm sure they still have people from the FBI intelligence, whatever department it is, working to try to clear up those photos.
Probably.
And I think they have the technology, to do it. It might just take some time, but didn't you guys, I may have dreamed it, but I may have actually heard somebody say that they can still turn over additional information as it comes in.
Yes, that's what they're saying. That is, as the information comes in, they will still send it over.
Because they did say it's, even though like it is still an ongoing investigation.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Huh.
And it takes a long time for the FBI, like, full reports to actually be put together and given to them. So you can get some discovery and stuff, but even if you, I don't know if any of you followed the Lori Vallow case, but it was just a couple of weeks before that they finally came back with that DNA evidence that was on the tape.
And that's what got the death penalty taken off the table.
Taken off the table and severed, but they had that for years, and they just hadn't tested it yet.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's why the car too. I said they might not have finished processing the whole thing.
Wow.
I mean,
4 years.
You would think it would be priority, get it done, but they've got so many other things that they're doing at the same time.
It's like the IRS.
how many days do we have left before they have to announce whether they're going for the DP or not?
Let me see here. Let me get my countdown calendar. Let's see. We are on June the 26th. There is 25 days left.
Do they go by calendar days?
Mm-hmm. It's 60 days from the day that he entered a plea.
I wonder though, with the stay, does that also apply to the death penalty part?
I don't know, because it wouldn't be a proceeding, would it? It would just be a paperwork that would come out and say, I do or do not intend to seek the death penalty on this client or the defense's client, or however.
The stay stops all the the procedure, so that is I mean, it's a procedure.
Like,
I don't know how that would work then.
Because if it was a state all procedures, I would imagine that it would be inclusive, maybe.
One of us really should have went to law school and finished.
Right.
Girl, my brain still hurts from medical transcription school.
Oh,
I don't know if I could handle law school or not.
I tried it. I signed up last year and I lasted 6 weeks, and I was like,
God, I did medical transcription and then medical billing and coding right behind it. Good. Oh my gosh.
I've learned a loophole or two at the law library.
I mean, it's a good thing if you're into true crime to know, and I'm still learning, honestly. But it's a good thing to know,
yeah.
So,
Scarlett, have we ever seen Judge or JJ's his resume?
no, I've never looked into him.
I looked him up just a minute ago, and I saw where he practiced in family law, divorce.
I'm
getting an echo.
Yeah, I can hear it slightly.
Which lawyer was that he said?
He was asking about the judge or JJ.
Oh, his resume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He worked in family law, but I was wondering if he was ever a prosecutor or a public defender before.
I wonder if he's ever tried a big murder case. Or prosecution. I wonder if prosecution has ever tried a big murder case like this.
Not in the last 8 years, 7 years?
No, the last murder they had there was in 2015.
It was just a single.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't. He's never had anything this big, I don't believe.
They might have had him in the other counties next to them.
Yeah.
But
in his district.
Right, in his district, but I don't know about within Moscow.
Do you remember how many there's an echo. Do you remember how many attempts that they made to get the PCA going? Was that twice before?
I heard 3 times. No, I don't know if that's true.
The third time was the charm, or the fourth one?
I think they went to the judge 3 times before he finally signed it. But that's just what I heard. I don't know if that's to be true or not.
So now I wonder if the first time or two, let's say, if the first time or two, I wonder if that first time or two included the sheath or not.
I don't know.
Though they wouldn't have had the DNA evidence yet from the match with the dad.
Okay.
They got that the day before the search warrant was granted.
Yes.
I mean, the arrest warrant and then the probable cause. And it's only, they included it in the arrest warrant. They have it as, you guys talked about it, but it's supplemental in Washington. And then in the Pennsylvania one, it doesn't even get mentioned that they have that match, which I find interesting.
Now, which judge signed the arrest warrant?
Megan
Marshall.
The magistrate?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm sorry, did you just
say
that?
But it got signed in all 3 different places.
What was that, Brad?
They had the PCA that went through had the sheath included, but they didn't want to make it the main reason or the sole reason or something to that effect, right? For the
That was
cause
the
of the
Washington.
warrant.
Oh yeah, that was Washington.
Yeah. So Washington, it was supplemental. Idaho, it was included in the main probable cause affidavit, and in the search warrants and everything for Pennsylvania, it's not mentioned the DNA match. There's a knife. I don't know. They mentioned a knife sheath, but they don't mention having tested the dad's DNA and having that match.
Now, when the prosecution has evidence, do they got so many days to turn it over, or is it so many days before the trial to turn it over?
I want to say I'm gonna have to go find. Hold on, let me go find like the first. We got it right here. Request for discovery. Let's see. Let me go all the way.
But in theory, they're supposed to turn it over as soon as they get it.
Get it right, yeah. Because so just like on the first request for discovery, there's no time limit on it, like so many days or anything. But the first one was sent out on January the 10th. So Tuesday is going to be a very interesting court date because there's going to be a lot of argument going on in there.
Oh, it's a war right now between public defender and state attorney. It's a personality thing going, but they're going to turn it in, use this case to go after each other and show the other one up.
I was impressed with what's his name, Santa.
William Thompson.
Bill Thompson. He had some great zingers in his motion for the protective order.
That's why it's going to be a very interesting trial because you're not like with Lori Vallow's case, and I've said this before. Her attorneys were boring. Okay. Mm-hmm. Letitia Stouch, her attorneys were boring. This case, I don't think it's going to be like that. I think you're going to have both sides going head to head throughout this whole trial.
Yep. I do too, because I think Anne is feisty. I just get that feeling.
Mm-hmm. Like she's just not. I don't think she's a woman who's going to take any crap off of anybody, no matter who they are, and she's not going to let them walk all over her in that courtroom. Yeah, y'all. Troll done went and got himself something to eat. I'm fixing to have to get out of here in a second and go get myself something.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I fully did not expect to hear that they turned up 0 with the warrant as far as victim DNA of any kind. I actually was like expecting to have to be like, well, there you go,
Well, they're using the term lack of. They didn't say no. Like
complete lack of, to be specific.
Okay, complete lack of.
Lack of.
Didn't it say total lack of?
Yes, total lack of.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay. But I still think that it could be that they just don't have those results yet. Maybe I think it's a play on words from the defense's side.
Okay, well, the thing is, though,
that's what Scarlett thought too. King Scarlett, that is.
Wait, I gotta find my notes again. Give me 1 second, because on May the 15th, hold on, where did it go? Okay, so May the 4th, in a motion to compel, the defense asked about the DNA for the parents' home, the car, the trash cans, apartment, all of that. On May the 12th, the state came in and let the court know that they have sent over all the lab reports regarding all the forensic evidence collected and the analysis of the items for the car, parents' home, trash, apartment, all of that. So they've done this state has already let the court know that they've sent all of it to them regarding all the DNA for the car, the house, apartment, and all that.
But say, for instance,
the state has disclosed all items it is aware of.
Right.
But say, for instance, they found one tiny speck of DNA, like, say, in his car. But the defense could say, oh, that's nothing. That's just one speck. Like, could they still use the wording, total lack of? Because you would think that they would just say no DNA.
I mean, he was putting it in a very sarcastic or very and we're to presume that that the total, or that we're supposed to take it at face value, that they have presented no evidence, but the total lack of. I mean, I think the wording was very much a response to the wording that was from Bill Thompson. So I think it was a little bit of a, yeah, okay, you really think that we're that dumb kind of statement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So you think they're already button heads just in their motions?
Yes.
That they're taking jabs at each other in their motions.
Yeah, when Bill Thompson puts in italics the words inculpatory and exculpatory to make sure that the defense knows what those two words mean.
Oh, I get you.
At each other.
little sarcasm there.
Oh yeah.
So Tuesday,
it's all full of it.
So Tuesday, we won't get to see the hearing until after the hearing, or is it going to be a live feed?
I don't think it's going to be a live feed.
Darn it.
I mean, I'm thinking just based off the way they done it the last time, he didn't allow the live streaming. He only allowed the camera to record the footage, and then after it was over with, they put it out to the public. So I'm thinking that that's how it's going to be this time as well. I'm still going to get up because I'm 2 hours ahead of Idaho. I'm still going to get up that morning and just be watching to see, because just in case there is a live stream going on, that I can hop on it and stream it myself.
And then if not, you're going to play it Tuesday night for your night live?
Yeah. And if what I may do Tuesday nights is I might go live a little bit earlier than 10:45. And then that way I can play it, because I'm pretty sure that itself is going to be probably, I'm going to say at least 2 hours with all the, in my opinion, all the arguing that's going to be going on. I'm going to say 2 hours.
Okay, so everybody have your power naps and a pot of coffee or whatever your caffeine is.
Right.
And be ready.
And I'd also recommend to everyone, if you have a DVR or some way to record when they air the court TV, to make sure that you do that, because after they aired the last one, they never published online the second witness after they came back from the break.
Oh, that's right.
I watched it live, and then I couldn't find it again.
That's right. Yeah, they only republished the first part.
Yeah, they published with Shannon Gray, and then they published with the woman from whatever that was.
Wendy, is it Wendy Olson? Is that her name?
Yeah, but half of with Wendy Olson. So with the True Scope. So the True Scope witness, that one's available. But then after that, the other witness that wrote the letter, Alamani, I think her name, the doctor.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
She also took the stand, and they aired it live on Court TV, but then it never reappeared.
I wonder why.
So I don't know what happened, but just as a piece of advice to everyone, so that you can access it later, because I was upset I couldn't get it again. But have a good night, everyone.
All right. Well, thank you for coming back up.
Night.
Yeah, same here. I'm going back down.
It was a pleasure meeting you.
Pleasure meeting you too.
Yeah, nice meeting you, Fofa.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Avery.
Avery, have a good night, and thanks for coming up.
Actually, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I'm probably just going to get out of here myself. It's 4:37 in the morning.
Yeah. Sorry I did that to you.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Getting
You're
close
good.
to sunrise here.
Yeah, in about 20, 30 minutes, I would say it'll start cracking daylight here.
Yeah, those are definitely things that have been on my mind. Like, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing a refute to some sort of argument to what we just heard. If there's going to be one, I think we're going to hear about it Tuesday, or if we're going to hear about it ourselves at all, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm still with you though. I don't think that they're going to be talking all that crap and getting away with it. I mean, it probably wouldn't look good on a resume anyway. I'm gonna guess.
Sure.
But all right. Well, thanks for having me on, and
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up.
catch you next time.
Yep, I should be back tomorrow night as long as I have power, because our power has got where it just like wants to go out for no reason here lately.
Huh.
So
My internet's been doing that where it like just goes out for like 30 or 40 seconds and pops back on. It's happening while I was watching you tonight.
yeah, I actually haven't had any internet problems, which is surprising. But yesterday, like the power, 1 o'clock just went out for no reason. Not a cloud in the sky, no storms around. It just went out and was out for like 9 hours.
Yeah, I've had 2 technicians out here, and both times they couldn't find where the signal is broken. It's kind of like the car that doesn't want to get fixed when you bring it to the mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just doesn't do what it's doing wrong when it's in the observation of the mechanic. But yeah, I love you guys. God bless. I don't know, man. I hope, like I always say, I hope that they get the right people, whether that's BK alone or whoever and however many or whatever. But
Right.
I'm definitely having a real hard time seeing how he gets, if it's just him by himself in the timeline like we're supposed to be looking at it. I'm having a hard time seeing how he gets in and out of that car at all without some form of evidence. And I think I feel like everybody was expecting to see that. I don't know if I don't know if I was expecting to see it for sure, because there's a possibility that he could be not the guy,
Mm-hmm.
and like I've always had a problem with it because of all the dumbness about it for some apparently educated man who like was studying the criminal mind and asking people questions about it, even on Reddit apparently. And so I mean, there's a lot of things that have always made me think that it could be him, and then there's a lot of things that make me think that it couldn't. I mean, I guess ultimately maybe I would make a good juror if I didn't like know everything already or whatever.
You could be like our inside person.
I mean, it is really how I feel. Like, I mean, the problem for me is like how he would be involved knowingly. That's the real problem for me. I feel like is how would he be involved knowingly and have that background and not figure it out at the very least.
Yeah.
But some people really are that dumb, or maybe that impulsive. Like some people have proposed, that Kaylee was leaving town and all that, and that maybe he was rushed into it or whatever. But I feel like at the very least you could have parked somewhere, parked your car somewhere and head in on foot, if nothing else. But,
and left your phone at home.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing with it too. Like his PA lawyer, I don't know how accurate his words are or aren't as far as what's real with the phone pings, but I mean, it was his PA lawyer that I heard saying like 15 to 20 miles or 10 to 15 miles, one of the two. And he only lived 8 miles away or whatever. You know, it was like right around that 10-mile mark. So I don't know. Hopefully if he's the guy, they can pin it down, and hopefully if he's not the guy, then he will actually be exonerated, and the real people will get caught up. You know, either way.
Right.
And but I feel for the family and the friends, and I don't ever lose sight of that either. I try to keep it in mind when I'm spitting my words too. Like, you know, like I said, I don't want to throw the surviving roommates under the bus any more than anybody else does.
Right.
Even the people that just absolutely won't. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do it any more than they do. But there's things that make me wonder. I mean, there's just no way around it. And one of them right now, like I've been saying, huh?
I said I have huge questions still about this case.
Yeah.
It's
and the biggest
and
one
we may
for
never get the
everyone
answer
seems
to
to be that 8-hour gap. You know, like that was like the big
yeah.
question until this stuff came out, pretty much. Yeah. And I just hope that everybody that isn't involved is exonerated, and everybody that is involved is caught up and gets everything that the law can throw at them, and whatever comfort the families and friends of the victims can get from that. Yeah.
Hopefully.
And amen. I'll just say amen to that. I'll just call that a prayer in itself. And thank you, God, for doing it, because I know you're gonna. And
That's right.
All right. Well, God bless everyone. Have a good night. Sorry for my extra fucking 10 minutes.
No. You're good. You hadn't been up here in what seems like forever, so you're good.
Yeah, I've just been laying back and trying to kind of just be like a sponge and absorb everything, and just kind of like toggle it around and think about it rather than. But yeah, I appreciate being on, and I'd be more than happy to come on whenever. So
yeah, anytime you want to, you're more than welcome to.
All right. Well, have a good night, everyone.
All right,
Bye.
you have a good night as well. Let's see. Oh, I lost Riddler too at the same time. Okay, so what's only made me super sus is realizing that from 4 to 4:12, Dylan didn't look out her door. Excuse me. All the peeking out happened from 4:12 to 4:17. That's only 5 minutes, and it sounds frantic. No, I can't justify. All right, so Sleuthy, you want to come up tomorrow night, which would be it's 4:46. So yeah, Tuesday night with me after court, and we can go over it. Excuse me. Sure. Okay, that'll work. I will DM you the time that I'm going to go live. It may be earlier than what I usually do, but I'll send you a message and let you know what time for sure. Let's see what a bit footage. I know that last time it was like late, I believe, before they. Riddler, you're very welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good night. I know that the last time they put the footage out, it was kind of late, but even if I have to wait till 10, 10:30, 10:45, it should be out by then. If it's out before 10 o'clock, I'll go live before 10 o'clock. If that's, because I know I think you're what, an hour ahead of me, I believe. So that way it won't be so late for you. Let's see, I went live way later than ever. We were up until like 2:30. It's like 4:47 where I'm at right now, and I've been on here for 6 hours. Scarlet, before signing off, J Lord let y'all know what. Damn Eastern, do you want to watch it together or watch it then? It's sleepy. It don't matter with me. Whatever you want to do. Fofa, thank you so much for coming up as well tonight. All right, yeah. I think I'm about to get out of here for this. I still got to go eat. I haven't even ate. Okay, we'll talk in DM, get some sleep. Okay, that's fine. Sleepy, that'll work. I'm about to get out of here so I can go eat and then go to bed because it's literally 2 minutes till 5 o'clock. An approximate time would be great. Chalka, I have to wait until it's released, and I don't know what time it's going to be released or whatever. Um, what? Huh? Okay, so Troll is saying he thinks the last time it came out was about 6. What I will do as soon as it's released, I will put a time I'll do a community post and in the Facebook group and let everybody know the time that I'm going to go live. But that way, because like I said, I don't know what time they're going to release it. I don't know how long it's going to be or anything like that. So we'll just do it like that. See, Court TV held on to the other half of the court footage and was days later. That was wrong. If I ain't mistaken, the first, like the Shannon Gray thing that court part that first time, Court TV didn't distribute it out to anybody until after they played it on their channel. So around 3-ish. Oh no, Tonka, it won't be that early, I don't think. I'm gonna say, let's see, though. Court TV is what? Where is Court TV located at? I'm trying to think of if are they in California? Oh, 3-ish your time. So you're what, 3 hours behind me, Tonka? 6. I'm gonna say, oh God, I don't even want to really give out a time just because I don't know what time it's going to be released. I don't want to say 7 and then it be released, saying after 7 my time. Let's see, they're supposed to distribute the raw footage out to everyone, like right when it ends. Hopefully that's what they do tomorrow. Atonka, what I will do, I will post a community post. They're in Atlanta. Okay, so they're an hour ahead of me. So if they get it at 6, that's like 5 my time. Agape love, have a good morning. Let's see, I don't stick to one time. Yeah, Tonka, I'll just have to put out a community post because, like I said, I don't want to say 7 or even 8 my time and then it not been released yet. So that's what I'll do. Court isn't even 4:30 my time. So yeah. Oh, that's right, because it's at 1:30 their time. I'm thinking it's like in the morning. So 1:30 their time, it's 3:30 my time. So yeah, it'll be probably 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon my time before it's ever even over with, if it goes that long. So that's what I'll do. I will just, to make it easier for everybody, just be watching for my community post. That way I can let y'all know a time. And Sleepy, I'll get with you in the DMs and we'll figure out a time to do it that's good for you. Because I can sit up all night if I need to. But I know you have to go to work and stuff like that. So that's what I'll do. I'll send you a message and we'll figure a time out. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. Thank you so much for everybody coming and hanging out with me. If you haven't done so, please hit the thumbs up. Thank you to all the super chats, all the new members. Linda G, how are you? I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, night, day, wherever you may be in this world. Be safe if you're anywhere around the storms. Izzy, have a good night. And I'm about to get out of here so I can go eat. So I will talk to y'all tomorrow night. Well, technically tonight. So Agape love, you're very welcome. And thank you for coming and hanging out with us, Tonka. Have a good night. All right. I love y'all. I will talk to y'all later.